Oh shit. I should probably come in. Hi y'all. Welcome in. Hi, howdy, hello. How are you guys doing this evening? Who's here? Who's here? House, Hub, Kobe, Shar, best friend. Oh, uh that notification is smart as fuck. I clicked immediately. Wait, it is a bad hair day. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hi Jedi, welcome in. What do you mean? Listen. Hold on. How about this? it. What do you mean it's a smart notification? I don't understand. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He said he clicked this notification so fast. I don't understand what he's talking about, guys. It's a bad hair day, okay? Listen, this is day 1. She's kind of poofy. Look, he was talking all that mess and he's not even here. Where is he? Huh? Should I put y'all on this screen so y'all have something to look at least instead of a black screen? Let me stop playing with y'all. See? I'll put y'all here. What's he talking about? Is he here? He, look, he ain't even here to like defend himself. Um Hi y'all, welcome in. How are you guys doing? Good. I was going to say good morning. It's not morning, huh? It's definitely nighttime and it's definitely Saturday. Um uh, I guess. Wait, that I don't know. Hi Zal, welcome in. Welcome in you guys. How are you guys doing? I got a little bit bored with my hair and I cut it. And now this is what we have. Granted, it's kind of like, look at that hair. So, I got bored and look how pretty beautiful she is. Stop. I got bored and this is what the result was cuz I was going through somebody needs to take TikTok away from me cuz I was going through TikTok and everyone's like if you have curly hair, the best haircut is the wolf cut. Mind you, I only took off like that much hair, but like it makes a world of difference. And then I kind of cleaned up my bangs cuz like I had bangs, y'all, I promise, and like they just were just non-existent cuz I hadn't cut them in a while. So, hi. That's my best friend right there. Stop. Don't. She's kind of big right now cuz like I have mousse in her and like I normally she a fresh cut and mousse, she's kind of just like all over the place and she's like I don't know what to do right now. So she's kind of just like not she's not happy. But tomorrow she should be cuz I'll take care I don't know. We're still bad hair day my ass hunger wait wait what typo hunger your cute self on my hunger. What do you mean? Get your cute self off my screen? Did you say off? Are you trying to say off? I put lipstick back on too cuz like I was like damn. I would like watch some of my VODs and I was like I really need to start putting back on like my like lip gloss and shit cuz like bare lips with a full face is just not it. So Siri tried to calm me down because it is a bad hair day. Like it's brand new hair. Like look at this. This piece is just not acting right. So pretty and made typos. Oh god. So like I'm like arguing with her right now and like she's not listening. But yeah, welcome. Hi, howdy, hello. I know, huge change. Not used to seeing me with bangs and my hair back to this big. But this is what happens when I have scissors. Tomorrow you'll have the full form. Yeah, today was definitely just like making sure it looks good. 'Cause before I keep cutting it, and like I think I'm good right now. I don't feel like I need to cut it. Like this bang situation was like the hardest part that I dealt with, because it was like it looks short, right? But like it's not. And like trying to get it to sit decently over my glasses, but not too short where my bangs are like Haley into you Paramore bangs. I had to like Lolo's forehead has left the chat. I didn't realize I don't really have a big forehead. I thought I always did. But once I put bangs, I'm like, oh, maybe my forehead's not as big as I thought. You know, your inner demons be making you think other things about yourself. If Baja is asleep, I'm gonna take a huge leap. Your small head, wait, your forehead is small? Is it? Oh. Well, I know now after putting bangs back. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, I don't really need bangs, but here we are. And luckily, I made them to the point that I can like part them. But I don't think that's ever going to happen. But I do have that option, so that's good. How are you guys doing? Zell, how's Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter? I was gonna say Monster Hunt, but I'm pretty sure it's Monster Hunter Wild. Yeah. How's Monster Hunter going for you? Because I seen that you've been on it. So like, are you still playing? How's it going? How's your skin? Wow, you bought a lot. Yeah, I was in Japan. I lived in Japan for a year and a half, and I spent it well, as you can tell. Um, when I reveal my forehead, she hides hers. That's right. That's true. Because like I finally seen your forehead, in my opinion, for the first time. But supposedly you've shown me before. But in my brain, it's the first time, and I was like, oh my god, he has a forehead. Who would have known? I need to watch someone finish Monster Hunter. What do you mean finish? There is no finish to Monster Hunter. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Yeah, the hunts have been going well. The armor is pretty, looks pretty. I don't know if I want to play that today, kind of switch it up. I wanted to do a graphic novel and like hang out and keep it cozy and cute. But like I also want to play my life makeover. And I also want to play Monster Hunter. So like I'm really just like all over the place. I don't know which one I want to do. So I guess we'll figure it out tonight. I don't know. Do I have anybody here who's going to be Fury? I was like this close to getting you like something, but like I didn't, because I know that you would have been like, now Lolo, you know not to get me anything, and I'd be like, but you get me things, and then you would have been like, no. I was like this close. The story has no ending. I saw a HR or a Hunter Rank 400. I know that room smells like Chemical X. A 400 Hunter Rank? I didn't even know that was possible. Wow, that's impressive. I thought there was a cap right now. There's no cap. People don't play that game for the story. They don't. I have a lot to do. If I do go to Monster Hunter tonight, I don't know if I want to though. What should we do today? Monster Hunter or keep it cozy? The cap is 999. Wait, I thought that they had soft capped it for like 200 because like it's still a fairly new game. No, that's not the case. I'm guessing. My life is a lie. Nah, really? I seen a 999 though. I think they might have hacked. You can hack the game. I'm learning so much. Wow. No, they want swamp ass players. Well, they're definitely getting them. That's really impressive. I don't know what I want to do today. What should I stay to schedule? Cause like today we're supposed to be doing a cute little cozy stream. Yes. I didn't say. No. No, you're good. Because if we stay on schedule, we're supposed to be doing a little cozy like graphic novel. One of the people I play with has a friend at 999, and they hunted a specific monster over and over. If they follow the usual recipe, the expansion will introduce the second rank master. Oh, so master rank hasn't been put out yet. That's what AJ was talking about, because he was like, he was talking about monster rank, or not monster, master rank, and he's like, they're missing master rank, and I was like, I don't know what the hell that is. I'm like, oh, okay, because I didn't know what he was talking about, so that makes a lot more sense. This takes a lot of getting used to. That's how I'm gonna read. Just take it. Just lift it like. uh, like Monster Hunter World and Rise have Hunter rank, and then Iceborne Sunbreak introduced Master. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. I understand now. What do I want to do? What do we want to do? Do you guys want a graphic novels kind of night, or do we want Monster Hunters kind of night, or do we want Assassin's Creed kind of night? I don't know. Hey, hi. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I've been. That's what I be doing when I don't know. Smile and nod. Oh, you know, it makes sense. It gets you through a lot of things. If I do Monster Hunter, do I have anybody who would? Do I have people to play with? Or are y'all kind of done for the night? Are y'all clocking out? Because if that'll make or break it if I do it right now. I'm waiting for the homies to hit me up for some reposts, so I can't really hunt. Okay, so that answers one of my people can't join. Okay, got it. Got it. F me. It's fine. I'd play when I get home. Oh, you're still out? You've been out like all day. Like 10 to 15 minutes away. Minutes away. At gas station. Oh, at the gas station. Okay, I think Assassin's Creed. I'm kind of in a moment where it wouldn't be that interesting for you guys because I need to do a lot more leveling up when it comes to my gear, and I've been just fighting a lot of different things. Where did you have to go that you had to download? He doesn't give me. Preston, are you sharing your popcorn? Preston. Are you sharing your popcorn? She said she's full. She said she just wanted some. She said she was full like literally 2 minutes. Okay, well let her keep it. Let her keep having some. Just... Preston says hello. He went to go see the Minecraft movie today with AJ. Let me see. Honestly, I need to swap PlayStations because the one she got has way more space than mine. Did he enjoy it? He said he enjoyed it. He said it was a really bright movie. Can I help you? Um, but yeah, I'm gonna turn the music off. I feel like I could just go cozy tonight. Y'all want to go cozy? So there's this graphic novel that I wanted to read, and like, so it's called Stella of the End. I didn't even finish my sentence. I know, and it's called like the pretty much like the like the synopsis or like the back of the book. It says Judd Gray, a wandering carrier, receives a request to deliver some very special cargo. The cargo turns out to be Philia, an android girl who is unaffected by the singularity machines. It's really pretty. Like the reason is it's overwhelmingly positive on Steam, but the reason why I was really attracted to it was because of the artwork is really pretty. Glad he did, and tell him whenever he wants to play or talk I'm around. He wants to do some Fortnite gaming on stream, but like I told him once his grades get up, then he can have a day on my stream to like play Fortnite. But he ain't getting on here if he's not doing his schoolwork like he's supposed to. That was our agreement. If he wants to be on here, he has to do his schoolwork and he has to have passing grades. Sounds intriguing. I don't know if it's enough motivation for him, but that is the motivation that I did give him. We shall see if it happens. Um, I can't share Persona because right now I'm dungeon crawling in Misuro's dungeon, and I need to level up before I do the boss fight. I got all the way up to where he's at on floor 10, but I kind of did like the speed up, and now that I'm there, like if I like I like working backwards, so like I'll go to floor 9, go clean all that up, clean it up until I can't clean it up no more with like running out of SP and getting a lot of money. I'll go back to floor 10, then I'll use a go home, then I'll go to the Fox, pay the Fox, get some SP back, and then I go back and then I do it all again. So that's kind of like how I've been farming my levels. It's like on the highest floor before the boss level fight with the people that I want to use, and that's kind of like where I'm at right now. So it would be nothing but like level grinding if I were to. Okay, I had to make sure because I thought Aaliyah was coming in and I didn't know if she was Naked. So that's kind of what I've been doing with my level grinding for Persona, and that's what I'm currently doing. And I don't think you guys want to watch that because that's all I've been doing for like the whole day. Nice little strategy. It may be, but like, boy, this Fox, the Fox, I have it at rank 9, and it still be hurting my pocket because like, I didn't know it goes by like it's $5 for every 1 SP or 5 yen for every 1 SP that you need to like get more of. So like I try and cheat the system by like the one who has the most SP, I'll give them like something to kind of increase their SP before like actually using the Fox. You can finally say hi to everybody. Come here. Hi. Ooh. What are we doing? Are you gonna talk? Mhm. Mhm. Say hi. 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 No, leave that alone. Say hi. No. Oh, now you're mad. Okay. She just wants to sit up here. Okay, got it. Um, she's so precious. She's aggressive. Is more the is more of the word I would say. But if you want to say that, I guess. She be getting salty quick. I deal with this on a daily basis. So how quick she gets mad is disgusting. Say hi. Say hi. There we go. There we go. Good job. He's definitely a Sour Patch Kid. Oh yeah, for sure. Leave my lip liner alone. That's not a pencil. You don't need it. You're pretty. You're already pretty. You don't need it. When you're older, okay? Why did you throw your body out like that? Why did you throw your body out like that? There was no reason for you to throw your body like that. There was no reason for you to throw your body out like that. Hi, Jay. Welcome in. My screen went crazy. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Oh. What? Let me change our title. Hold on. I have my moments, I guess. Oh. Kira, welcome in. My mom called me a Sour Patch Kid. Oh. You had your moments. Okay. Lily. Game category has changed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, we're starting? We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Not her snatching a hair tie off my desk and stomping off. What? Okay, she left. Wait, how was didn't you go out today? Kira, with the family? How was it? My data sensors, nice. Okay. Yeah, we changed. Good. Not today. That was the other day. Oh, okay. It was nice. Okay, that's good. So just again, this is a graphics novel, so like I will be reading. I'll probably get tired by the 2-hour mark and we might change. Because y'all know me and my reading, I get tired when I have to read out loud. So yeah. Okay. My data sensors register a faint tremor. Tremor, yeah. Its source is almost 2 miles northeast of my current location. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you. If he's already speaking it, do y'all want me to speak it in English? Because like I'll be over talking him and it's gonna get kind of weird. IDK, why I'm up for real? I should be asleep right now. Is the little one asleep? I'm not. Until I get an answer, I won't say anything when he speaks. A red light appears on my map, showing a potential threat in the area. The seismometer waveform spikes up and down in a steady rhythm. No, thank you. No, thank you. This must be a big one. And it's probably the kind with legs rather than a continuous track, That's what these readings would indicate anyway. Judging by its distance and the strength of the tremors. It weighs about 14,200 tons. There's no doubt about it. Oh shit. Okay, scrolling up brings that up. It is a singularity machine. She's knocked out. Is this your time of peace? Because I completely understand that, because I don't be sleeping when the kids go to sleep. I be staying awake because I'm like, dang, the whole house is quiet. I need the quiet. I need time to myself. So I get it when everybody's asleep, because like that's like my favorite time. I duck behind a tree and bring my breathing under control. My grip on my gun tightens. It's a high caliber rifle that fires armor piercing rounds, but there's no guarantee that it'll be any help. A weapon this size will only affect the smaller machines. The bigger ones, the walking metal mountains, won't be phased by it in the slightest. If one of them decides to attack, it's all over. One of my most powerful guns, and all it's really good for, is morale support. Well, she always sleeps through the night, but the daytime she'll go to nap for like 1 to 2 hours. Oh, okay. The sheer scale of the enemy, that's the sheer scale of the enemy that I'm dealing with here. I adjust my weapon, turning it down to the lowest output level possible. I hardly receive any data this way, but it makes me stand out less. Based on the initial readings, the machine is still several miles off. I cover my eyes and ears and wait for it to go by. I left myself open to attack from other threats. I realize that. But in cases like this, staying put gives me the best chance of survival. Trying not to give in to fear, I sit and wait for the next 5 hours. Okay, sorry. When the tremors finally stop, I heave a sigh of relief. Okay, so technically I'm supposed to be this person. Wait. I'm pretty sure I can... Okay. We're good. Just making sure.
Singularity Machine に遭遇するのはこれで3代目だ。いつ誰が作ったのかもわからない用途不明の無人巨大機械群。小型のものでも数千トン。 それほど巨大でありながら移動能力を持つ。踏破能力は車両を凌駕し、山岳地帯すら平気で移動する。積極的に人間を襲うことはないが、何かの弾みで敵対しようものなら終わりだ。たった一発の銃撃に対してすら熾烈な反撃行動に出てくる。ターゲットされれば半永久的に追尾されることになる。何せ機械は物忘れをしない。実際あれに攻め滅ぼされた居住地を俺はいくつも知っている。手を出すどころかむやみに接近することさえ避けるべき相手だ。幸いうまくやり過ごせてはいるが油断はできない。
Day 15, Encounter and Awakening.
もう間もなくのようだな。
I turn up my sensor sensitivity and start moving. The energy signature of my gear is higher now. I ran oh, you are moving way too fast for me. I ran a bigger risk of giving up or giving away my location, but the potential reward is almost that much greater. Fortunately, I have both the tech and knowledge to disguise my vital signs, reducing the risk as much as possible. Now the immediate danger is past, I have to make up for lost time. Hacking through undergrowth with my machete, I make my way deeper into the wilderness. There don't appear to be any threats in the area. Carnivorous animals are always a possibility, but they mostly avoid humans, leaving as soon as they realize who's making the sound or the noise. The further I go, the bumpier the ground gets. Must be from older layers of earth getting forced upwards. Halfway down the slope, I find a cave entrance covered in vines. I turn my receiver sensitivity up all the way and run a scan.
当たりだ。
There's nothing to indicate any animals or machines have been inside. Based on the readings, the interior mostly composed of dirt, rocks, and water. That and one other unidentified substance. 10 to 1, it's a man-made material from the advanced era. That happens a lot. Old buildings collapse, get filled in over time, and end up looking like another cave or any other cave. I ready my knife and slash through the vines. They fall away so easily that it actually feels a little
有毒
disappointing.
成分検出なし。酸素濃度正常。よし。
I switch my headlight on, or I switch on my headlight and enter the cave. The ground beneath my feet is waterlogged, and the air is strangely humid. No normal cave could be this warm. Geothermal heat? Not likely. Fragmentation, yeah. No, that would have shown up on my security readings. That just leaves one other possibility. Wait, what the hell? This has to be the place. I feel like he was supposed to read that, but I hit the button and it made it like stop. Can I hit spacebar instead of my mouse? More excited than ever, I head further in. Ooh, yes, I can hit my spacebar. That makes it so much easier. I think. Hello? Oh, no, I can't hit my spacebar. Interesting. The incline leads steadily downwards. Watching my step, I carefully pick my way down. The slope continues to get steeper until I am not so much walking down it as climbing. I felt like I read that weird. The path is a jumble of artificial and natural surfaces, and the ceiling has been collapsed into places. As I crouch and crawl on my knees to make any progress. Considering the age of this place, it wouldn't be unusual for it to be falling apart by now. But advanced era buildings are different. They really built things to last back then. Despite being buried underground for hundreds of years, it's remarkably well preserved. And the technological advanced building means equally advanced stuff inside. I try not to let my expectations get too high as I descend to the lowest level. Standing in front of me was a set of solid metal doors. By some miracle, they escaped any kind of water damage
電源まで生きているのか。
or erosion. I had a huge brain fart. I wonder if the power's still on. Okay. Some of the ruins were made to weather the centuries without any need for maintenance. Maybe this is one of them. Next to the door, it looks like an authentication device. I took out my key plates and found one that fits the slot. The access light immediately blinks. I wanted to hit the spacebar so bad. Looks like my master key will work here. Imagine finally home. Nice. After a few seconds of fighting with the system, the key does its job and the door slides open. Aside from one small patch, the entire room is intact. Not only that, but it's full of machinery. Green indicator lights flashing and blinking. Numerous... okay. I'm gonna need you to relax. Hold on. Numerous as the stars in the sky or in the night sky. In the middle of the room is a coffin-like capsule.
生成装置。
Some people also call it a printer. That's a printer? Okay. It passes a current through a special liquid to create and output matter in whatever arrangement is specified. Needless to say, this is also a relic of the advanced era. If this thing is still operational, its value is unestimatable. I think I said that weird. Gross. My hand is trembling as I reach out to touch it. I can't see if there's anything inside. It's on standby. The mode is typically shifts into after finishing an operation. Still warm. Hello, mouse? This must have been heating the cave for who knows how long. If I could take all this stuff with me, I'd be on Easy Street for the rest of my life. But that wouldn't be practical. It's too big and there's too much of it. Anyway, back to the job at hand. I find the control panel and I input some commands. There's a rushing sound and a green liquid. And a green liquid is expelled from the inside of the cabin, or the capsule. After it drains away, it begins a high pressure wash cycle. Finally, the lid opens slowly. I read that sentence wrong, but that's pretty much what it says. My breath catches in my throat. Oh, she's so cute.
こいつは
That's how my little nanodroids be coming to me when like the doll ones, they be coming with like little plastic on them to cover their little bodies. It's an android. In appearance, it resembles a human girl around 12, but there's no weird anomaly. I knew I was gonna say that wrong. Autonomy? Wait, am I forgetting how to read, y'all? Is my education decreasing because I'm getting old? Anatomy. There we go. Like you'd see on models built for entertainment. It looks just like a real human. The outer casting, its skin is totally seamless. I can't make out where any of the parts fit together. If this wasn't made for to be someone's companion, why aim for such a high degree of realism? I can't figure it out. But my place is not to reason why. My mission is just to get this thing out of here and deliver it to my client. Sorry. The girls were crying, and then I decided to go get my sandwich. Hi, baby sea lion. Welcome in. The girl opens her eyes. They were a deep shade of blue, and they bore right into me. It's actually a little intimidating. Her gaze gave me the same feeling as when an awkward client gets the better of me in negotiations. That's when I knew it. Wait, that's when I knew it for sure. That's when I know it for sure. This machine lying in front of me is intelligent. Oh, okay, novel. We got an anime entrance too? Okay. I've never experienced that from a graphics novel, but that's nice. Oh, that was just the Oh. Oh. That was just the begin. Oh. They were like, that was not even the real game for real. Oh. Day 00. Let's turn back the clock a little. Most people live their whole lives in a town where they were born. It's only natural. The outside world is filled with dangerous life or wildlife, poisonous plants, games, not to mention machines. Wherever you turn, there's a new threat to your well-being. Humans stopped being this planet's dominant species a long time ago. The only ones who wander beyond their home settlements anymore are carriers. I don't know. Wait, how do you say this? I don't know. People like me. Sure.
Yo,
Carrie?
Judo.
Hey, Jude.
どうもローエンさん。 どうですか、新しい浄水装置の方は。
おかげさんで何の問題もないよ。
そいつは何より。
I came to this port on business about 4 months ago. It was a joint mission with some other carriers to investigate a ruined site nearby. This is the name that they gave us workers, with communications being the short knit or with communications being so close knit, we're the primary means of moving technology and resources around. Anyone with a disregard for their own safety can do the job. But our ranks also include some specialized workers, myself included. Our survey of the ruins here netted the town some new water processing equipment. When you get a lot of people living together, faculties like electricity, water, and sewage is always an issue. Thank you. But every now and then, we find that humanity already found a solution to those problems. Thank you. I was eating some of your popcorn. It's cool. In the morning, whenever you wake up, I guess, I'll put the app on, but not tonight. Deal? Y'all, I just realized Preston like has like 2 more weeks or months and then he's out of school. Wow. That's my nose. Thank you. Summer break for him soon, eh? Yeah, and then I think I still think he's going to my parents. I don't know. I haven't heard much. If not, that's fine. God, this cut made my hair huge. Okay, yeah, I read all this. The filtration system I found is a perfect example. It's the size of a small cabin, but it can produce enough safe drinking water for 1,000 people. Seawater sewage, and it all comes out clean as a whistle. Other technological wonders from the advanced era. Wait, why haven't we made something that can clean out salt water and make it drinking water? Because the way it's going, y'all, we're fucked. It's thanks to these relics that mankind can still eke out any kind of
あん
existence.
たがあれを回収してくれなかったら、この町もどうなっていたか。
それが俺の家業なんでね。
ここもあと30年は安泰だってみんな言ってるよ。
あれは大事に使えばもっと持ちますよ。
そうだといい。今まで使っていたものも100年は持ったという噂だが。
メンテナンスのご依頼もお待ちしてますよ。
もちろんだ。ここのものであんたに頼むことに反対する者はおらんよ。
どうも。
Compared to when I first showed up, Rowan's done a complete 180 on me. That's just the way it is. The way people treat you all depends on what you can do for them. That's part of what being a carrier is all about. I don't think I'm saying that right, but it's whatever. He gives me a friendly slap on the shoulder and we part ways.
潮時かもな。
I stayed here long enough. I grab some food at the market and make myself a late dinner. This is one of the more developed settlements in the region. You can even get bacon and eggs here. In smaller villages, everyone keeps the best stuff to themselves. Not that I blame them, it's just human nature. When people like that get really hard pressed, um bandit tree, there you go. It's only a short step away. I have to like maybe kicking my ass sometimes. But this town is nice and peaceful. They have enough to go around and then some. Not to brag, but they owe a lot of the prosperity to the I don't know, whatever, to them. Yep. It wouldn't be too hard for me. It wouldn't be too hard for me to put down roots here. The city or the townsfolk would probably welcome me with open arms. But that's not how we operate. We go wherever the work is, following any lead, any resource from town to town. If I stay here, I'd have to become a regular engineer. That wouldn't be a bad life, but it's not for me. It's time I thought about moving on. Just as I start to organize my future plans, something triggers the sensor that I set up on the outside of the building. The data terminal I always wear starts beeping to let me know. I don't know what I'd do without this thing. It's an advanced error arc that I've restored. It may be small, but it's more significant than some supercomputers I've seen. The terminal streams the security footage directly to my retinal monitors, like to his eyeballs. Like he can see, it's in his. Our intruder is a small flying object. It is it's at an elevation of 3,000 meters above sea level. So far, it hasn't done anything noteworthy. It's just putting out a faint energy signal or a signature in all directions. Whatever it is, it doesn't move all that fast. It's clearly man-made, but it's not a plane, not a bird either. No. 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 Bed. If the thing is controlled automatically, it probably doesn't have any worthwhile security. But does it have an owner? That's the real question. It could be a completely autonomous machine completed or created without a human input. You see stuff like that every now and then. Yep. In that case, I start up a jamming signal to stop it from connecting to any machines that may be nearby. It's done. It's time for me to take control. I try out some different approaches from different errors until I find one that works.
Hit. Yoshi.
I'm in. I leave my room and head up the stairs. Finally, I reach the 8th floor. There was originally 2 more floors above it, but this is effectively the roof now. From here, I can just make out a tiny speck high in the air. It's a little drone. I send out a command and the device slowly descends and lands right in front of me.
Drone ka?
Oh, I was right. Okay, nice. I run an analyze on it. No explosives or other harmful functions. It's a model I've never seen before. An extremely well-made one, too. Not handcrafted, though. Definitely the works of machines. It's a high technology piece of equipment. Honestly, I don't think anything this advanced still. Honestly, I didn't think anything this advanced still exists. I take the drone back to my room and disassemble it. It only serves to strengthen what I this only serves to strengthen what I already knew. It wasn't made by a modern factory, that's for sure. Even I couldn't help to emulate it. Its technology is a lost art. Poking around inside, I find a module that resembles the black box fitted into the aircraft. It's not being supplied with any power. Instead, it held firmly in place, wrapped up to protect it from violent impacts. This isn't a part of the drone, but something that was meant to be delivered. It's a cube! Its casing is smooth synthetic material. The whole thing is small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. There were no seams or production marks of any kind. Just what you expect from an advanced air gadget. There are no external ports on it either. That means nowhere to plug it into any other devices. Everything from charging its power to pairing and connecting must have been done wirelessly. Fortunately, I have a wireless charger to hand. I put the cube on it. My laptop immediately leaps to life, registering an unknown device. At the same time, a new program starts running. Did the cube hack it? I try to comfort myself with the fact that it's a standalone unit. Even if it does get infected, it won't be able to spread to the rest of my gear. With nothing else to do, I watched and wait. Oh shit. Eventually, a figure of an elderly man flashes on the screen. He looks thin, like a withered old birch tree. Okay, his clothes are formal but outdated, from a bygone age. If I had to make a guess at his age, I would place him in his late 70s. Something about his pale face looks unhealthy, maybe even inhuman, like the ghost of some ancient nobleman. His eyes, however, sparkle with the light of life and a deep cunning. Whoever this man is, I get a feeling I shouldn't take him lightly.
聞こえているかな?
I'm taken back when the image smooths and speaks. I had no idea this was a video. Media like this mostly a thing in the past. Is mostly a thing in the past.
これは記録映像ではない。君との対話が希望だ。
これはリアルタイム通信なのか。
さよう。はじめまして、義士殿。私は57代イーストグラント公爵、ウィレム・グロウナーという。
公爵？
今となっては自称に過ぎないがね。事実だよ。失われた国家、失われた土地に実在した大地主の末裔だ。同じ言語圏の者に拾われたことは幸運だった。早速ファルケを正しく捉えた者の名前を教えてもらえないだろうか。
ファルケというのはこのドローンのことか。
さよう。最大高度6000メートルを半永久的に巡航できる性能を持つ異質技術の産物だよ。通信や工学について最低限の知識がなければそれを回収しこのチャンネルにアクセスすることはできん。そのように作ってある。そして君がその資格者というわけだ。
So sending the drone here was a test of my skills? I can see the logic, but I'm still a little confused. Why go about it in such a long-winded way? You could send that drone or you could send that drone around for a year and never find a single qualified applicant.
遠回りなやり方だな。
つてもなく優秀な技師を探すということであれば、なかなか良いやり方ではある。今のような時代にはな。この話は内密に進めたい。人を介在させたくないのだ。
なるほど。
Again, I get where he's coming from, but it's not quite adding up.
時間的な余裕がある仕事とお見受けした。
その通りだとも。
If you want to find the very best, you need to be patient. And if the quality is that big of a concern, this probably wouldn't be your everyday job. Okay, I'm gonna need to slow down these captions. Because, like, most communities are struggling just to exist. Who has the resource to do this? Or do something like this? And how many carriers out there can handle so— Oh my god!
こ
Why
い
are
つ
you
を売
going
り
so
飛ばすより
fast?
は得るものはありそうだ。
Hey, I'm gonna need you to relax. Like, can we go like a nice, like, medium? Thanks. Oh. Damn, I have 20 slots? Why do you need Why do you need 160 slots of save files for— I'm not gonna judge.
「理解が早くて結構。
俺は10度グレイ、運び屋だ。
運び屋、東部の武装技術者か。やはりな。
Harry's openly mainly operate out or off the eastern seaboard, basically the places where was once majority population centers. There's still a lot of ruins left intact around there, or around here. Hence, more technology to salvage and more jobs for us. That's also why most humans live in the east these days. It's the only place you can find settlements as big as this one. Traveling within this region isn't all that uncommon. Contact with the rest of the continent is practically unheard of, though. If you want some I don't know. If you want stability, this is a place to go. Is this old man from the west side then? Do you hear rumors about civilization still?
ああ、公爵。
I have it at medium. I know I'd be reading kind of like
貴族扱いすることは
dyslexic, but you don't have to.
普段
Okay,
通り話してくれ。
you got it.
そうさせてもらおう。こちらは学がないのでね。
こちらも名ばかりの貴族に過ぎん。私もまた技術屋だ。祖先の遺産を継承しているため、このような時代にあってなお科学に身を捧げることができている。
そんなご大層な人が運び屋に何を依頼したいんだ。
現地で私の代わりに動いてくれる技師を探している。
この東部でか。
さよう。
あんたの狙う獲物は何だい？
とあるアンドロイドだ。
アンドロイドか。感動品ということか。
Humanoid robots are rare, but it's not impossible to find. If the condition isn't an issue, I could probably get it here in this
Yeah.
town.
回収してほしいのは特定の個体だ。量産品ではない。
そんなものがどこにある？
再稼働した古代設備で生成されている。
確かか。
ああ。
場所は
受けてもらえなければ話せん。
Investigating ruins and bringing back a relic? More or less the same briefing I got at my last job with the water filter. The only difference is the relic in question.
量産品ではいけない理由は
特定のアンドロイドでなければ私の目的にかなわない。
目的？
それも受けてもらえるのでなければ話せんと言いたいところだが、私には夢がある。生涯の夢だ。その達成のため必要な個体なのだ。
He's being frustratingly vague. I probably won't get the truth out of him unless I agree to the job.
人類圏か。危険地帯か。
そうだ。東部の人類圏に接してはいるが、いくらかは奥地に向かってもらう必要
I need to
が
wear
ある。
a curl cream.
そして回収物を私の元まで無事に運んでもらいたい。
西部地域にか。
いや、届け先は違う。今は言えないが。
ここからは近いのか。
遠い。
This won't be an easy job, even for human districts. Even the human districts can be dangerous if you let your guard down. Heading into the wilderness beyond their borders for any length of time is just asking for trouble. You never know what you're gonna run into out there.
人を募ってもいいのか。
いや、君個人で回収してきてもらいたい。第三者は関わらせたくない。
俺一人で危険地帯の奥地、その上そちらまでお届けか。
Normally, I wouldn't even consider such a job. I'm good at my job, but I'm still only human.
困難な依頼だということは承知している。それに見合う報酬を約束する。
The old man tells me what he's willing to pay.
聞こえているかね。通信状態は良好のようだが。
いや、少し驚いていた。予想よりずっと気前が良かったのでな。
それなりの報酬を用意したつもりだ。
He's basically offering a fortune just for this one job. Not in cash, but resources, fuel, materials, advanced air technology, the whole works. In that moment, I had a flash of inspiration. I saw, as if in a dream, a high technology city housing tens of thousands of people. I saw us using that technology to bring back the danger zones. I saw us building walls and creating a place where we could live in peace. Not one of the ramshamble settled. Oh my god, I had a huge brain fart. Wait. Ramshamble settlements we survive in now, but a real home. A true I never knew how to say this word. Yep. Never knew how to say that word. Struggle every time I say it. Metropolis? 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 Is that how you say it? I don't know. It be kicking my ass. It be kicking my ass. Metropolis, a beacon of civilization the way it had been ages ago. And me, as the founder, or the beloved founder and mayor, just a childish little daydream. I didn't know how to type it to make it sayable. I mean, because like, wait, so what's, is Metropolis a word? Or did I just make that up? Wait, what was the word that I just learned? Wait, is that the word I just... Wait, what was the word I just learned? Or said correctly? Wait, now I don't remember the word I just said. Metropolis. That was the word I said? Okay, so what was I trying to say before that now? I'm struggling. Help me. You were trying to say metropolitan. Ah! There we go. Okay. See, I was... Okay, that makes so much sense. Okay. Got it. I'm glad we, you know... Words are hard. Both are real words. I was struggling. Oh my god, I was struggling. I don't know what's going on with me. Oh my god. Hi, Ballin. Welcome in. How are you? I didn't do my TikTok today. I did not do my TikTok. Yo, why is curl products so expensive? Can someone answer that for me? Why are curl products so expensive? Okay, because like I need to buy curl cream. I'm trying to buy Bumble and Bumble curl cream, and this shit is so fucking expensive. Like, ew. It'll be delivered in the morning, folks. I'm good. Love the bangs. How are you? I'm doing well. I got bored and I decided to cut my hair, so now she's big and fluffy. This is day one with mousse, and like I don't like how it looks with the mousse, so we'll be going back to like my regular styling tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe it's just, I don't know. She moves though. Like the movement is there. I forgot that I had bangs because like they grew out for so long. But yeah, they're back. And then I realized I don't really be having a big forehead like I thought I do until like, you know? It's like this whole time I thought I had a big forehead and I don't. But we move. Wait, is metropolitan a real word? Is that an ice cream? Wait, what's is that a word? Wait, is that no, I was trying to say metropolitan. So what's the ice cream? Neapolitan, right? Wait, what is the ice cream? The one with the 3 flavors? See, so many words. I feel like Justin Timberlake. In spite of my girl, please. I'm struggling. In spite of myself, I'm shivering with excitement. Just thinking about it. Listen, it's hard out here.
そこまでの仕事か。
私にとってはな。 この事業は私の夢でね。
夢？
Dreams.
人類の復
The
興だ。
revival of humanity. Ooh. If you, for a moment, it feels like time has stopped. But it turns out there was just a lag in the video feed.
アンドロイド一体でか。
そうだ。特殊な個体でね。君はリアリストのようだな。こういう話は苦手かな。
というより、夢を語る人間に詐欺師が多すぎるせいだ。つい身構えちま
主観を交えぬ方が好みなら、大事業と言い換えてもよい。現時点における人の手による地球唯一の大事業だ。受けてもらえるなら、依頼書へのアクセス権を出す。
う。決めかねている。命がけの仕事のようだしな。
それは事実だ。簡単な仕事ではない。だから君のようなものを探していた。
正直、興味はあるが、受けられるとは言い難い。
アンドロイドの回収まではどうかな。
場所次第だな。
ではこうしよう。仕事をチェックポイントごとに区切る。対象の回収とその運搬は別の依頼とする。
手に余るようなら途中で降りていいのか。
いい。その場合、引き継ぎの人材を別途用意する。
報酬はどうなる？
関わった人数で頭割りということになるな。
だよな。
In other words, if I want this amazing fortune all to myself, I have to go out alone, go get it alone. Besides, what right do I have to talk about quitting when I don't even know all of the details of the job yet?
仕事の支援も可能な限りさせてもらうつもりだ。東部ではなかなか難しいが、目的地に近づくほど熱い支援ができるだろう。
That won't change the danger I'll be facing. But it is rare to find such an accommodating client. The more I think about it, the better a deal it sounds. This might just be the ideal job for me.
人類の復興とは大きく出たな。
リアリストの君には白々しく聞こえるかもしれんな。だが、人々の置かれているこの地辱的なありさまを変えうる事業であることは間違いない。
Shameful. The old man's words are suffused with an emotion that might be resentment. I know how he feels. I felt a similar kind of frustration in the past. My work takes me outside regular towns after all. I run into them all the time. What's them? Oh, humans that have cast their humanity aside. I can't even count how many of them I've killed. They may be human, but they're not people, just mindless beasts. I can't allow myself to think of them as anything more than that. They make me feel like humanity is on the brink of regressing to the Stone Age. Oh. That's gonna be us for real here in 2
回収に
years.
は向かっていい。だが、明らかに不可能と判断したなら降ろさせてもらう。違約金だのは一個なしだ。回収可能なようなら、最初のチェックポイントまで搬送できる。
それでよい。搬送を続けるかどうかはその時に検討してもらえるか。
ああ。
結構だ。ではまず回収までの手はずを記載した依頼書を引き渡そう。
At his words, my terminal suddenly appears to the the cube. The data transfers already begun.
これでアクセスできるはずだ。最初のチェックポイントの位置も確認できる。そこから先のことは現地で相談させてもらおう。
With that, the connection cuts out. Its duty done, the cube falls silent. I can't help but feel like I've been had. Hacking a computer remotely and altering its access rights is no easy feat. It's proof that I'm dealing with someone incredibly powerful here. Considering what the old man offered to pay me, he must be sitting on a vast amount of advanced era technology. Passed down from his ancestors, perhaps. He did say something to that effect. Only a handful of people in all of the world have access to resources like that.
羨ましい限りだな。
The whole thing rubbed me the wrong way, but I can't deny that I'm a little excited too. Hey, nice. Chapter 15, beginning the journey. I think I'm gonna save here. Okay. That was cute. I can't read for too long. What's up? Lily. Wait. So Jessica from Craig of the Creek, Craig from the Creek, she has her own show? Hold on. What happened? What are you doing? Sorry. Okay, so I I'm getting some FOMO real quick. So, give me one moment, okay? Give me a moment.
Tell me what you know. Buy the motherfucker out the bottom with a gold grill gleaming, make audio problems. Stop creeping out the fucking dungeon. Switchblade on him, hit the guts like a pump. Dump. 30 rounds of that clip, I'll rip. Too thick with the stick that I won't miss. fight crime, oh. It's a great fight now with the real red eyes, and we dying inside, oh. Bodies in fluoride, let the rope untie, just crucify me. Young Christ, wrist likes couple hoes on ice, singing alright.
Ruby was a motherfucking reject. Then I got my wrist and never motherfucking bleed check. Still broke, get the brother motherfucking rejects. Roll hoes, asking if I see a ghost. Tell them no, I just keep broke. When the reblock, see chop in the deep dark. 3 feet the rope, beat up. Slay the fucking sheep, so deep up. If I hate myself and then I get the seed up. Root, be a fucking deep up. Ruby got the cup now, trying to ball down. Ruby the result of a reject from a small town. Turning to a demon, I'm involved now. Loud growls, no limit on the prop. Stick the fuck back hoe, slay the whole pack hoe, take the glow black hoe. Soon I will shed the skin, turn to the devil, then I'll never reminisce.
You know, completely forgot, you know, every update and a new graphics card on top of that. Like, this is gonna be a thing. I completely forgot. So here we are, staring at my shaders while they load. Yay, shaders. So how's the weather where you're at? You know? How's life treating you? Did you guys eat dinner? Look at all those shaders, you know? I think it's time to wiggle. Cold and dumb.
My money don't jiggle.
Ballin', what's wrong?
Folds. I'd like to see you wiggle, wiggle, for sure. Make you wanna dribble, dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it.
You know, we
6
just
feet,
gotta
2
sit
feet
here
compact.
and, you know, wait. The weather is cold and it's dumb. I'm ready to be warm. Wait! It's cold in April? Oh, I didn't call you. No, you're fine. What's the temp right now? Feeling a little sick, but also had an Oreo cheesecake. So, best of both worlds, I guess. Ooh, an Oreo cheesecake. I haven't had cheesecake since I left Japan, I think. No, I lie. I think I had a raspberry cheesecake when I was in Hawaii. I think. I'm not sure. I think I had one cheesecake when I was in Hawaii, and like, it wasn't good. And I was really sad. Around 28 right now? It's supposed to snow probably? What? This up and down weather is for the birds. Tinfoil hat moment. You know? Char really comes in here takes the picture and then they leave. That's crazy. Thank you, Shar. I appreciate it. How dare they make bad cheesecake? I just haven't. I guess I just haven't really. Lily, you know better. I guess I just haven't, found. No one doesn't like Japan. Yeah, hopefully it won't be another year of snow in May again. I wish I was like in a colder area because like I thought California was gonna be like. I guess that's stupid of me because I'm closer to the border, so like the equator, so it should be a little bit warmer. But like I was expecting it to be cooler. It is cooler than Hawaii, but like I thought I was gonna get a winter where I could wear hoodies and like sweats, and like I didn't get that, so I was kind of bummed. I be here to document your beauty, then dip. Future generations need to see Lolo. I don't know about that, Shar, but thank you. Wow. Jedi, why didn't you tell me about this? Why didn't you tell me, hey, Lolo, remember, I'm blaming Jedi, I'm blaming Romeo, I'm blaming Kobe, I'm blaming Odd God, I'm blaming Zell, I'm blaming High Top, I'm blaming all of y'all. Why didn't y'all remind me about this? I completely forgot about this thing being a thing. I forgot about this. I'm so mad. Turn it down, please. Okay. Thank you. I'm blaming all of y'all. How dare y'all do this to me? How dare you? I'm gonna move this. Hold on. Meow. I am hurt. I am baffled. I am confusion. Luckily, this is like the one of those moments where you're like, this is when it's nice to have a dual PC. I can run my shaders and just sit here and chat to you guys, and it doesn't boof my stream. Because if I was doing this on my one PC setup, oh, stream would be cooked. I wouldn't be able to play Monster Hunter right now. Did you fight the new monster yet? No, I'm just now. This is my first time going in since the update. And like I have FOMO because like I want to sit here and fight it over and over and over and over and over again because that's like I want it for my Pelican. What is it called? Palico? I want it for my Palico and myself. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. Is just sit here and get the outfit. My stream anniversary is coming up here soon. Should we do a stream for it or should we just ignore it and act like it didn't happen? Because like, I kind of want to just ignore it and act like it didn't happen. Do y'all want to do something for my stream anniversary? Should we celebrate it? Wow. Is my camera straight? Like, is the line straight? Is this side higher than this side? Shar Shar. Can I pull my hair up with these wings? I don't think I'll ever do that. That's so ugly. Wow. It's like Cam looks good. Okay, Kobe. Somebody other than Kobe? Can you answer my question? Ma'am, Cam looks straight to me. Okay, thank you, Wallen. What, Kobe? What's wrong with you? What? What's good with you? What's wrong? You okay? Oh, I fixed this. Look. Wrong button. T. I think I fixed it. I fixed it, but I gotta move. Hold on. Let me adjust this with this being this with this, you know? Let me fix it real quick. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Don't look at me so much, okay? It's a very aggressive shot. I understand. Hold on. Oh, I can't. That's it. That's it. Okay, well, there's that. Maybe like, hold on. Should I? Oh no. Did I goof? I goofed. I think I broke it. Oh well. It's there. You know? I fixed it. Oh, I fucked. I'm not a liar. She thinks I be just kissing her ass. I don't think that. Oh, y'all see my skin texture. Hold on. That's kind of... Oh, you see my lip? Like, look, that's my lip right there. That's... Oh, you guys can't really see it. But I have, like, lip liner right there. You can see every... Look at that. See what happens when I gotta just wait for shit? I start doing stupid stuff. I just be like... I hope y'all had headphones on so I could do that in your ear. I hope I was in somebody's ear doing that. Zell, was I in your ear? There we go. Your stalling methods or something? I had headphones on. Yes. I was in. Yes. Ballin's ear. Nice. All in the ears. Nice. The only way it should be done. Oh, I don't know why I turned off this keyboard. To match the detected hardware. Yeah, because I got a new graphics card, yeesh. When you hear vintage Lolo sound effects while wearing earphones, while doing dailies, oh my god. Yes! Love that. By the end, would I be too optimistic if I said I'm not getting off this game until I get her fully clothed as well as my Palico? Is that being overly optimistic? Can I do it? Is it possible? Aaliyah, why are you shaking my desk? Don't forget to claim your... Stop. Wait, do I need to go and collect? Oh. Oh. Wait, what? Do I need to add this? Wait, I'm so confused. What? Do I need to do anything? I guess I'll do that later. Do I need to do anything for that? You should be good. Okay. Create a private lobby. A private lobby. Lobby ID. Communication. Where is it? Communication. Is it
I heard from the
communication?
others.
No, it's no. Invite list? I will find it. Shut up. Take off. Okay, so it's NX. NX.
I could help you out
6,
if I had some better gear.
X7. 4 AC. I can't see all that. Is that correct? To that, my bangs are in the way. Is that correct? Is that right? See? Noise. Okay. Alright. Alright.
Shall we head out? Or was there something you needed to do first?
Wait, so like... Okay, so...
I'm happy to help anytime. Shall we head out? Or was there something you needed to do first?
Okay, so... Hold on, because every time y'all ask me to head out, something bad happens. So let me... Hi. Nothing, what are you doing? How do I forget how to like move shit down? Like how do I tell this thing to be gone? Oh, like that. Okay. Lure, I need those, need that. Probably need that. Excuse me? Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Stop. Maybe. Okay, I should be fine, right? And then I need to eat something. Okay.
I've got music.
Oh. Can I just... Okay. Okay, so I should probably do this when I'm not on stream. Oh. Aaliyah, why? Okay. Oh, those are cute. Those are cute. I'm not buying them.
So long for now.
Shall we head out? Or was there something you needed to do first? Understood.
Stop.
Then let's make for Jindahad's location.
Hold on. Never mind. How does it sound for you guys? Is everything good?
Jindahad seems even more aggressive than before.
Oh.
It may well be a response to the environment.
Oh.
Slaying authorized for research and containment. Understood.
Hello? Where's my shit at? Can I not pop a flare?
Oh no.
Wait. Oh, there we go. I got scared. Did I not restock?
I'll see you back at camp.
What the hell's going on? Why is my shit weird?
Great.
Oh, did I accidentally? What's... Hello? Well, hopefully I don't die. I'm having cute brain farts. Oh wait, I'm not right now. Love you, baby. Don't I need to do like a cold drink or something? Got it.
No worries. More surprise. Get at it.
Oh, they fainted.
You must hold on strong.
Get out. God, I tried to move out of that. Shit keeps fucking moving. Oh, that's what that does. Oh, nice. Well, fuck me in the ass. That's cute.
I'm glad you're alright. Don't worry, you'll get him next time.
Can I, like...
Guess I'm on guard duty. I shall make up for my mistakes.
I hate this with a fiery passion in my soul. thing keeps wiggling.
Target the large ridge on its lower back. Looks like I have the attention.
Get the leg, get the leg, get the leg! This little fuck keeps moving.
Don't worry about it. Sorry.
When you're ready, accept the quest to continue the investigation. I have no doubt in your skills, Hunter, but maybe we should try preparing a bit more first.
What is it that I'm fighting? Elias, stop it.
Yes. I'm happy to help anytime. Yes. I need to be cautious.
Wait, what's the name of it? Why aren't these in... Okay. Dual blades, head, neck. So I need to be in the face? Ooh-wee. With fire? Ooh-wee. Okay.
I'll put away the materials we found. I found a bunch too.
Okay. Right. Right. Oh, I have fire on. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. I need something that like repels ice, right? Ice resistance? Do I have anything with ice resistance? I do not. Wait, is it... Wait, what would that be considered? What is that? What animal? What? Who? How? What is that considered? Hold on. Wait, where are you? Where are you? Hello? Where did you go? You were just here. Wasn't I looking for? I was looking at you, no? Okay. Fire. So I need something that's ice resistant, right? A Leviathan. I don't think I have anything with like.
We got a sale on. Need anything?
Yep. Got something in mind? Super.
I really don't want to put that on her. I don't care if I'm being a big old baby. I don't want to put that thing. That's so ugly. I don't want that on her. You will not touch her. Wait, when did, oh, this one's cute. Wait, put that on my wish list right now. Hold the fuck on. How do I add this to my wish list? Ah!
Anything catch your eye?
Grr. I know that one's on my wish. I don't even know what I was looking at. I didn't even get to look at the name. I know it wasn't that ugly shit. Oh, this one. Wait. How do I put it on my fucking wish?
What are we making today?
Ma'am, I don't even know how to put stuff. Hold on. Wait. Please hold. I want.
Hello.
Okay. I can make the pants. Should I go ahead and hunt this first? Before I hunt the dragon? So that I can have like some cold weather gear? Yes. Now how do I add that to my wish list though? Like for real. I need to know. I forget what button to use. I want this one added to my wish list. Put it on white. Add it to your wish list. Not that ugly thing. Okay, so I need to who am I fighting for this? Baloney? Okay.
See you later.
Oh. Okay. I need to go find the monster that's named Baloney. Okay. That thing right there.
received supply items. Don't let them go to waste.
Are you winning? No, I'm not, honestly. The people I was just partnered up with, they all are fucking trash and they can die. So no, I'm not. If you want my honest truth, no. No.
I heard from the others.
Monkeys! Oh, am I supposed to fight you? Oh, you're the one I'm supposed to fight. Oh. Surprise! Oh! I ate that. For real. Oh, it bucked me off of the cliff. I am pissed. In the ass. Okay, I'm gonna just like. Oh, you're asleep. Hold on. Night night. Love that. Does the baby follow him? I need to carve the other babies first.
It looks quite old. Mind if I hop on? I bet we could use those floating rocks up there. Give me some meat, big guy.
combo.
Ready for you.
I should take you out right now. Oh, damn. Hold on. Wrong person. While they are doing that, I will do this. Stop moving! Oh my god, it came up here! What the hell's wrong with you? Hello? Bird? Thank you. I can't. I can't do much. What the fuck is wrong with this shit? Oh my god. Can you just like be a monkey and stay in one spot? Oh, I forgot I had a fucking power glove, but you haven't been doing anything. Can you stop?
The monster's exhausted. Use of the terrain.
I want this thing to die.
Be careful. It'll be more aggressive than normal.
Oh, good thing I'm not trying
Give it more supplies. Check your sacred's pouch. mine there. I think we could use it in combat. Hey, get out of there!
Nice. Between this and my fucking children being fucking nuisance. Love that.
No.
Luna, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
I heard from the others.
Shut up, little boy. Got your kid, that's all that matters. Fuck your child. I can't see anything.
Almost there.
Girl, stop.
Hey, is that your stomach growling?
Why is it doing all these fucking somersaults? God. Shit was pissing me off.
Floating rocks up there to our advantage. We're getting paid well for that one.
All for some gear.
This is a rare research opportunity. Can't let it go to waste.
Whoa, so many curls. I love curly hairstyles, but they look like they require a shit ton of upkeep. Yeah, I did a cut today because I was like, it needed one, and this is the outcome. I don't remember carving these. Or are those the old ones? Did I run out of time to carve those? Because like it definitely has some babies here. I killed the babies too, but I don't see no babies. But hi Ottogod, welcome in. How are you? I don't know if you said anything. The things we do for fashion, the frustration. Also, popped in just to see you getting decked by the. It wasn't hilarious. It's annoying as hell. I don't know what this thing. I call it bologna, bologna. I don't know. I got a potty. Give me a moment. Hopefully nothing comes and kills me. Can you get the other one that's right there? Or you just want that? If they ever add him to this game, I need you to fight. Wait. I need. Why do you want me to fight it specifically? Are you just trying to see me just be frustrated? Is that why? How do I see my wish list? Ah, never mind. Okay, so I gotta fight this. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I gotta. Ah. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. Is it Bran? How are you?
Wow,
Also,
we
just
sure got
loving
here
seeing
fast.
people's reactions because it's my favorite monster. You're just a dark and twisted individual. Just say so, okay? So, Bran or Braun? Like Braun Strowman from Chillin'? Oh, that's good. Bologna, I need to find you. Earmuffs, which I don't have. Or earplugs. In the cliffs. So do I just patiently wait for it to pop back up on the map? Patiently waiting. My name is Brandon, but people call me Bran. Okay. I'll call you Bran. What? I can't stand you. What do you want?
Would you like to trade something?
I don't want to trade shit with you. For real. You got on my
Bye.
nerves. In the story. Oh shit! I need to find a cute little outfit for you, don't I? Even though you didn't, you know, you pissed me off. But hold on.
Yep.
I can't be cute and my Palico can't be looking dusty crusty. Hold
What are
on.
we making today?
Ill? 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 No, no. Oh, I do have something on the wish list for you. I can dress you up. Now, would I be wrong if I did this? Chat, would I be wrong if I did this? Look at her! Why the ears so... Look at the tummy! The tummy moves! Oh, it has a little negative boat. The jiggle physics. Hello? There's jiggle physics. What are you playing? Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Wilds. I have mine in the Gormagala armor. The Gormagala. I don't know how to say none of these animals' names. They all get nicknames. That's the only. Wait, I kind of low-key, high-key want to do this one. Cool. How's the game? The game's pretty good. I'm just farming for gear at the moment. Kobe, I thought you were gonna come out and help me. No? Where were you? I'll sing Keisha Cole off key. I remember. Don't play with me. Come on. Where are you? How do you get there? Nobody is supposed to be. Right. I will play some Deborah Cox real quick. Hi, Top. Welcome to in-house Final Fantasy 14. I'm surprised to see you on 14, but you weren't over here. What were you doing? Why were you over there and not over here, sir? This nigga really just like came in, talked, and then just okay. Girl, I was at work playing this shit. How did it go? How was work? How's life treating you? You won't be back for the sequel? Hell no, you won't. The fuck? Like, don't do that shit. Work was boring. Life is meh. I was just going through Dawntrail for the most of the time. Wait, how far are you in Dawntrail now? Are you almost done? I'm waiting for a monster to queue up. So like just one monster in particular. I got summons to 2K when you were doing the visual a baloney popped up, so we have to go do that. So let me get this stuff done, and then we're gonna go do the baloney real quick. Roll me. That's me, for real. That's how I feel. That's how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. That is the best way to put it into words. I gotta fight this monkey all again, all by my fucking self. Oh, I'm doing the baloney. The white monkey. Monkey, ox, bear, creature, monkey, baboon, Rafiki ass. His ass, get it! I'm in that ass. I tried. Girl, why were you? I was pressing A to dodge that whole time. Wait, what did he do that made me? Okay. Give me a... Boy, you and Zell, what do y'all be doing? Yes, Lee. Look here, pal. I knew them whole hours about you was real. I knew it. Dodge! Please! The X and C key are right next to each other. That's what y'all get for trying to abbreviate shit.
I don't feel so
Jedi!
good.
Oh, yeah. Look at Jedi coming through. That's why I'm gonna punch all of y'all in your gonads. Except Jedi. Punch us in our what? Gonads. If you don't have one, I'll make one and then punch it. Oh! I've been there before. Definitely have.
Great form!
that shit all up in his face. Damn. Poor thing. Ow! Wait, what is the little flare thingies you got? I want those, Jedi. Where did you get those? I want those. Teach me your way, senpai. Please and thank you.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
Girl, put it away.
This weather is unrelenting.
I want berry.
I'll just have to tough it out.
I want a berry.
A little gathering goes a long way.
Crazy out here.
On my way there.
They have them on the PlayStation Store. I have to get it through PlayStation. Jelly! From my knowledge, yes. Now, can I buy it on the? Oh no, because then that means I have to actually buy it. Never mind. Remember, I'm trying to do that.
Hey, ugly. Over
Hello? What is? Okay. Get off, girl. In the booty hole. Wrong one. Is that? Oh my god! I don't have my. I hope I got that clip. Oh man! I hope that made it. Let me see. Hold on. I got.
We're getting paid well for that one.
Did I get what I needed? probably have to. Yay! Nice. Hunter rank 34. Love that. Wait, what are all of these? Why are y'all here? Oh, girl, you drinking? Put them away. Collect these things. I don't know what these are. Alright, I got that story thing to do. Who's gonna help me? All of you? Great, love that. You're fantastic, magical. Wait, what do I... Wish list? Where is it? Wish list? Here. How many do I need? Freezer sacks? What's a freezer sack? Does that come from... Does that come from... Where does that come from? A freezer sack. Wait. It's what it's used for its ice. It's what it uses for its ice breath. So I have to go inside of it and get it? Like, do I have to attack the face? Oh damn, I didn't realize that was Caps Lock. You know, I realized that it comes from a... So it comes from a different animal? Oh, thank you, Romeo. I appreciate you. Yes? Oh. Damn. Is it in a different area? Is it this? How do I find out? Wait, what's in here? Can't you see like animals in each region? Oh, so it does come from here. No? Isn't this where I'm at? I don't know. I'm asking so many questions.
Wow, we sure got here fast.
So they come... Okay. The girls are going crazy.
Hello.
I gave them like a popsicle like this big today. So that probably has a lot to do with it. It'd be at the ice shard mount ice Now I just patiently wait for it to come back, right? You can start a hunt for them and you can teleport. What are you talking about? I can start one and you join? Okay.
Yes.
I can go to Alma.
Hello.
I thought like we should save those, no? These thingies? Huh? Head to optional? Oh. Oh. It's the red orange. Wait, it has the orange star, but yeah. Wait, are you starting one? Should I wait for you?
Hello.
Wait, I just lost it. This one? I have to defeat 2 of them. We do this one.
Shall we get started?
We do this
From the
one.
others.
I should probably like prep. Okay. I really want these out. 'Cause like I'm not capturing nothing. Yeah, that's good. Okay, how much do I have left on food? Okay, I should be fine on food. Hey, what are y'all doing? Hey! What are you doing?
I done your party. I did. Yeah.
Oh, good job. Proud of you. You were playing in the toilet. Did you put your hands in the toilet? Don't do that, that's caca. Yeah, nasty. Yeah, don't do that. Don't put your hands in the water, in the toilet water. Yeah. Yes, Jordan. Look at those hunter ranks. Wait,
Have another app with no surprises today.
there's sunlight in this area? Whoa. Oh shit.
We received supply items. Don't let them go to waste. Move your. Never mind. I should probably be attacking the face for like a 3 stack.
follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh. No problem. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, God. You don't get. Okay, got it. Laser. My body, your body. Oh, please. Girl, what's taking you so long to drink all this? Oh, good boy. Oh, it's dead. It's dead. It's dead. Okay. You could have told me to like relax. I'm still killing this thing like it's still alive. But it's dead. Okay. Definitely dead. Relax, bro. Just let it out, Lolo. Jesus. I thought it was still dead. Or alive. I didn't think it was dead. I apologize. Okay, I killed this one now. I was like, why isn't this moving? Is he asleep? We love a sleeping monster. See, high top, no one said anything on high top. See? It's dead. It's dead. Did I get what I needed though, is the question. happening. Pull the lava. A claw, where? Is that it? Wait. Please. Wait, I got... So I need... Wait, did I get all 3? Yay! I went up. Oh, a new record for half the size? We love big sizes here. So now, don't y'all go nowhere because I'm about to rinse your bodies out some more. Thank you. Gah! Okay, thank you.
So long for now.
Well, okay. Anything catch your eye?
What's up, Lily?
Hello.
Wait, what is this one? Oh, that one. Wait, what was the name? You don't know, stay. It's not. Hi, Jordan. My babies? Can I just... Can you, like, mass... Do you have to do them one by one? Can I just mass produce all 5 of them?
Ready to get to work? Alrighty. Perfection.
Yeah, yep, queen. What now?
I'm ready to... Alrighty.
Nope, I have to do it one by one. That's nasty work.
Perfection. Look good?
Oh no! I don't have
Alrighty.
everything! I'ma cry. I don't... I gotta see what else I need. Okay, girl. Thank you.
Perfection.
I need fangs. I need one more
Ready to
fang.
work.
So I gotta go out and fight another
Alrighty.
monkey. And then I can fight the main story thingy.
Perfection.
Oh, I can upgrade this? Now, when do I know when I need to upgrade armor? If it's because I like the arm, like, how do I know when to use these?
Hello.
Is it particular armor that I want to use it for? Or should I put it for all my high rank armor? When do I use these? Ma'am, what? What? When you find a loadout you like and I don't know when I like something. I don't know. I'm doing this one because I need to fight the dragon thing that's in the main story, but I don't have no ice gear. So I'm using this for my ice gear so that I can fight the thing and then I don't have no issues with the ice. Best to use them whenever you plan on whatever armor you plan on using. Okay, so technically right now I should put it on this one because I'm about to use this one on the main story, right? Is that what I'm understanding? Once you find a loadout, then focus on upgrading that specific one. But how do you know? How do you know when you know? How do you know? How do you know when you know? When you know? How you know? You know? How? Like realistically, you'll look at skills the armor has and create a loadout based on that. So if I'm like, oh, I'm about to fight something that needs ice, I put a loadout for an ice gear and then like the weapon with the ice, and then like I can load out that. How many loadouts can I have? Is it only one loadout? Is it 5 loadouts? Is it 10? I think you're thinking too hard on trying to be defensive. Who, me? You think I'm being defensive? No, I'm legit asking questions because I'm confused. I really don't know when to do anything. I just go out, fight monsters, and come back. And then I look for pretty gear. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I'm not saying you're being defensive. Oh, okay. It's best to find armor and weapons that complement each other. Okay. He means ice defense. You can have as many loadouts you have in your tent. I'm saying you keep talking about putting on armor for resistance and defense purposes. Should I not? But I thought you told me to look at the armor and the weapons and make sure like those two things correlate with what I'm about to fight. Oh, so I should be doing the opposite. Okay, yes, Father. Hi. Uh-huh.
What you're gonna do, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, you could just look it up to see like what others armors and loadouts people are using, right? But for me, right, I'm gonna just show you what I do. Because I use a glaive a lot, I found some armor that lets me mount a lot more. You know what I'm saying? So I went with that armor and I started upgrading it just to bump the defense up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
I'm not too worried about resistances. I'm worried about offensive skills. What do I do? How can I do more of that thing? Right? Focus more on that. So when you're making these armor sets and everything, make sure you're checking out some of those skills to see like, okay, this helps with my evasion or this helps with my whatever.
So
I don't, because you're using dual blades, I don't know what armors are going to work better with dual blades, so you may have to do some research on that. But ideally, you just want to try to strengthen your offense as much as you can. Feel me?
So like, if I'm fighting something that's ice, should I put on gear that's fire?
If you're fighting something that's ice, you should put on gear that whatever weapon you're using is going to benefit from that the most.
And how would I see that?
Go to some armor. Go to some armor, like go in the...
Liberal, welcome
Go
in.
in the smithy and look at it, like, and then you'll press X. Just go to some armor right now on your screen.
Am I not in armor right now? Because it says equipment info.
No.
Wait, so that doesn't mean anything?
I see you at the upgrade armor screen right now.
But, oh, yeah, right, but the stuff to the right doesn't mean anything?
I want you to go back. Like I'm trying to coach you. Just listen to me.
But
Trust me.
I'm listening,
Trust me in
but
this
I'm just
moment.
trying to
Trust
understand.
me.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you.
Yes,
you're,
Papa.
You're
Okay.
you're putting the cart ahead of the horse right now.
Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to show you and answer your question. So
Okay.
when you're here, what you're gonna do? Let me get to that. All right. So you're gonna press Y, right, on like an armor. Press Y. And you're gonna go to skill info, okay? So these are the skills that are going to be present on that, you know, on that armor, and they're sets. So like if you have 2 or 3 pieces, you're going to have, you know, this added extra bonus. So like that Blungaga spirit or whatever, right? If you have, I think, 3 pieces, it grants you that skill bonus as well. I don't think you really need that per se because you're not really doing support. But it's cool. What's the next one? Fortifying pelt. What's that one? Increases attack and defense after feigning during a quest. So if you die a lot, that could be a nice little skill that you could have. But you're gonna want to look at your armor and look at the skills on the armor to see if that coincides with your playstyle, so that you can, you know, continuously wear that armor. And once you find like some skills and all that that you like, that's when you start buffing you upgrade your armor, because like that's what you're gonna stick with for the majority of the times you fight. Don't worry about, okay, this is an ice monster, I need ice resistance. You can use decorations to get yourself some ice resistance. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, for the actual armor, not the layered armor, because the layered armor is the more, this is cute, I want to put on my actual, like, fighting armor, correct?
Yes.
So, for my fighting armor, should I all keep it in, like, the same class, or is it okay to mix match?
I would suggest mixing and matching.
Oh. See, I thought you had to put it all together in order to get all the benefits.
No, here. Let me show you like what I got. Let me show you what I got. Hold on. You're putting
Hi,
your
you
car
guys.
ahead of
I
the
am a
horse right
first-time
now,
Monster
such a
Hunter
self-statement.
player, so like,
No,
don't
man.
mind me.
He was going crazy. I'm trying to answer the question.
Huh?
All right. No, I'm talking to High Top. All right. Are you looking at this?
Look at your screen. Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah. All right. So I got 3 pieces of the Gore Magala armor. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And then I got 2 pieces of the Guardian Arc Belt, right?
Right.
The reason I got 3 pieces of the Gore Magala is because if I wear 3 pieces of that, I get scaling prowess, which just allows me to mount more often. And
How
since
does it
I use
tell
an
you you
insect
need
glaive,
3
that's a
of
really
those?
useful skill.
Is it because of the 1 of 3?
Well, yeah, that's because I'm just looking at the headpiece. If I hit the right bumper, I can look at all my active skills.
Okay, but how do you know that you need 3 of those armors in order for you to get that skill?
Right here. So there's a thing called group skills, and you see it right there. It says scaling prowess 3 master mount or whatever. That's basically the buff that you get for having 3 of these. When I go to a different armor, it's saying if I have 3 pieces of this armor, I'll get this other one. So each set of armor has a group skill that you can utilize if you put 3 pieces of armor on it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like each set has its own bonus. And that's why people like suggest, mixing and matching can work, because after you have 3, you don't really get any more added benefit. Sometimes, stuff might have other slots that you can utilize better that, or whatever, So yeah, you want to like be conscious of your set bonuses, your group skills, all of that. And like I said, that's something you can easily like Google. Like this is something I saw on Twitter, but then I kind of went and tweaked it a little bit to fit my playstyle a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
So you'll experiment with some stuff. You don't have to upgrade your armor right away. You can experiment, do some Googles or whatever. But once you do, and you're like, okay, I'm set on this. This is what I want to use for the majority of the time. You can then just upgrade your armor. That way you're not unnecessarily upgrading and wasting the upgrades. Feel me?
Okay, and then how many loadouts do you have?
8
Why?
different weapons. So a lot of it is the same armor, but just different weapons.
Okay.
So, for different fights.
Dragons. Okay.
So you can you can set it
Wait,
up.
so you get
especially
14
'cause once
pages of loadouts per, like 14
Basically, yeah.
pages, 10 per page?
Yeah, so 140.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then
I'm
you also have
understanding.
talismans. You should definitely look at talismans as
I
well.
have
'cause they
some.
can
I
give you,
have the little cat.
extra skills as well.
I got the cat. Oh yeah. See, I did it because it was cute, not necessarily. Okay.
As for her as a dual blader would be Guardian Ebony Helm, Guardian Wrath Mail, Guardian Ebony. So 3 Guardian Ebonies and 2 Guardian Wrath. Okay. They give her max burst and then a great amount of weakness exploit. Cool.
Guardian Ebony and Guardian Rat. Oh.
But yeah. So you don't have to upgrade like all your armors right now. You're still kind of in the process of figuring out what you want to do, or what you know what I'm saying. So. Any other
Okay.
questions at this point in time?
I don't think so.
All right. What we hunting?
I have to hunt another one of those the baloney monkeys.
The Blungaga.
Yep. I have to fight
Okay.
one of those, one more of those, and then I need to do the main quest story.
Okay.
Zell is teaching her about armor upgrades and what to pay attention to.
3 Guardian Ebonies. I've seen that video. You are a sick nigga.
Hey yo,
Sorry.
house. Can I
fault.
fight a frenzy one? Is it the same?
I think so.
Ignore me, I'm tired. I just got off work. Well, you need to go to bed.
Hey yo, house.
Have another hug with no surprise.
Me too though.
Huh?
Did my game just freeze?
Maybe
What's
she
going
just
on? Did my game freeze? Hello?
Let's put them to use.
Your game froze.
My game freeze?
Yeah, it did. Ooh.
Nope. We here. Wait, where are you at? Well, wait, you can see the drip. You can see the drip. You see the new drip. I got
Oh,
new drip.
whatever.
Look at the drip. Chat, look at the drip. Oh wait.
I can't see it because I
at the
pulled you
drip.
up on my streaming computer,
No, yeah, no.
not my
you're fine, you're fine.
gaming. No, I want you to say hi to that bed. That's what I want you to do.
GTS. GTB.
Do I have to go fight it first in order for you guys to be able to join?
Yeah, you probably gotta go initiate the fight. Gaga.
Rafiki? Damn. Oh.
What is that? What mic are you using?
Huh?
So what mic are you using on Discord?
Why, is it bad?
Sounds like a webcam mic or something.
I'm using my actual, like... I don't know now. Aaliyah!
I'm not gonna hold it.
What does it sound like now?
Not bad, you just don't sound like you usually do.
need to stop using the actual hair stuff. I don't know. They have my attention. Oh, why is it using that mic? Ew.
Telling you.
More supplies have been added.
Ew. How about now?
Okay, you sound much better.
It was
There we
using
go.
my hands mic.
I was just like, yo,
for
she's
my
like on a
webcam.
webcam or something.
Yeah. It was using my webcam mic.
Cool.
No, ma'am. You're fine.
I'll sit tight here.
Fly! Dance, water, dance! There you guys go. Whee! Look, I did a thing.
Ow.
Huh?
I have control over that.
Is it running away? Thank you, Jedi! You have been granted control of it. Wait, what? What's going on? My game booting? Oh, so it's booting everybody. I was about to say, what's going on? So I should be coming up next. One of us.
Not me.
We should be fine.
Yeah, give me that.
Thanks.
My back! I blew out my back! Yo, get off me! Jordan, come here. What do you have? No, you're not. Yeah, because you guys are not nice. Oh! Sorry, Zoe. I don't know if I peeked or not. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. Why are you running?
No. Oh shit.
I guess mount. No. Give me the mount. Fuck.
Dang, it booked the. It ran the fuck out of here.
Beat up on that again. On me. Oh, get back here. Damn.
Damn.
I think somebody might have miscalculated.
Shut up. Mind your business.
Oh, that was you?
Shut up. Mind your business.
Why you wear glasses?
I know you ain't talking, old man.
Wow, I can't move. That's unfortunate. Somebody could go over there and save him.
Oh, really?
Not me though.
Nice. But did I get a thing? Is my question.
About to attempt to solo tempered arc weld. Hits me every single time. You're not gonna win.
That's crazy. Yay!
Ew.
Sorry. My excitement got the best of me, sir. I apologize.
I got about to be 0-17 against arc weld.
Good hunt. GG's. That was my biggest monkey yet.
Make room for
Yo.
me too.
What? I meant that, like, legitimately.
It just sounds crazy.
That was my biggest. No, it wasn't. What's wrong with
Spy
that?
an ancient relic.
Just sounded crazy, that's all.
Same. See, Baja's the same thing. What's wrong? How are you stuck? How'd you get it out? Wow, did I just enter another fight by accident? I did.
Man, you can run away.
Good job.
Our destination's just a quick hop from here.
Ooh, a tempered gore. Hold up. Save that.
Anything catch your eye? Alrighty.
Save that.
Perfection.
I think I got a tempered Mizu.
Subar. Fits you to a T.
No, Lee. You're fine. Oh yeah, you can change. Wait, did I break something? I think I broke this. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Yes, queen. Young.
You can change the pigments, colors.
Can I? Wait.
Yeah.
So
Go
I
back.
could. Wait, what am I? Wait, what am I? What am I changing?
You'd have to just look very carefully, depending on the piece.
Oh, hold the
So
phone.
there's two pigments on. Yeah, I'll say there's two pigments you can.
Wait, where's this pigment at? I don't think it's anything else. I think the first pigment is non-existent.
It's probably. Hold on. Go back. Actually, hold on. Let me go. I don't have that. Yeah, go back. Like zoom all the way in as much as you
Is-
can.
Yeah, that's as much as I can.
So that's the mask. What's the?
Cause
The
like the
first one.
second one, the second piece is the actual.
Is it not like
cloth.
the earrings or something like that, or the? Not the jewels.
I don't see anything black changing.
Well, doing that is not gonna, because you're on the black, so it's always just gonna stay black.
I'm.
You gotta come up off the brightness. There you
Wait.
go. Yeah, I don't know what is changing. I would have thought it was.
Cause like this one tells you. Wait, what? Okay, I see where it's supposed to change. Cause it's highlighting it, but I don't see the change. Oh, it's the back of the head? Really? Ew. Why would I want the back of the head to be changed?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Well, that's disappointing.
Why?
Yeah, that's disappointing.
So, I should not be wearing this when I fight this next thing?
Is that your armor or your layered armor?
Both.
I mean, you can wear it.
So
This
what should
weather
I...
is unrelenting. We'll just have
Okay.
to tough it out.
I mean, I don't know what like a dual blade build would be. I know
Yeah,
Kobe just
no.
posted all that stuff, but I don't think
Yeah.
you're at that point yet to unlock all that stuff. So like,
Right. I'll just keep...
I can't just say like, oh, just use this as a surefire thing.
No, I understand.
Yes.
You're fine.
We need to be cautious.
Oh, you need help? What are you trying to do? There you go. Okay, it's been put up. You're not taking the soda. Sit down. Have you? No, I have. I don't know what I'm just hunting things.
What's your level right now?
33, 35, I think.
what is it? 20.
21?
21 and 41.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're almost there.
I need to just spend some time and play this game.
I mean, you could fight it right now.
But you just said I need to be 41.
21 and 41. So 21 for the regular.
I don't
41,
want the
think,
regular.
for the- you have to fight the regular to get the tempered.
Oh. Damn. Y'all want to see something? I show you something. Warning, this is not for the faint of heart, okay? Ready? Ready? I got my hand desk back, so now you guys can watch me like when I do my Legos and stuff. OMG, she has hands? Yes. Oh, you cleaned your desk? Did I?
I saw a PlayStation 2 disc just sitting there.
That's not a PlayStation 2 disc.
What the fuck was it?
It's a coaster.
Oh. PlayStation 2 disc coaster.
The one thing I didn't add was a mic on this one. Why did you say it like that? 3 whole coasters. I got 4. Count them. 4 coasters. But yeah, what's wrong with them?
Nothing wrong with them. Like I said, I think the actual games are coasters too. So like.
Oh, brother. I bet her phone is on 12%.
Yeah, what do we think her phone is on?
It's at 56. Because they always think my phone is dead anyway. Oh, they can't hear you on this screen. Hold on.
That's crazy.
You've been talking this
So
whole
nuts.
time, and that you were talking
That's
trash about Kingdom
so
Hearts
nuts.
and everything, and they
That's
couldn't
so
hear
crazy.
you.
Oh, God.
Ah! We're waiting for one more person if they would like to join.
Oh shit! I forgot we were even in this shit. Let me
See? He was heard, but it was just faint. You were censored something fierce, Zell. Ah, man, I was at peace. Why you bring Zell back? Listen, if he times you
Oh,
out, that's
see?
not on me.
Listen. I don't feel like timing nobody out.
Oh, wow, that's a first.
But yeah, I was saying the actual Kingdom Hearts games themselves, the physical discs are also coasters.
See, my desk.
I want you.
This is an empty cheese can, or this was an empty cheese sauce from Shake Shack that I haven't thrown away yet.
Wait, what are we fighting? Oh shit, the Jindad.
We're fighting that thing right there, homie.
I got a hammer for this shit.
You live like this moment. Jordan wants some popcorn. Krusty, share the popcorn.
We'll have to try another bridge.
Popcorn goes bad. You can't hold on to it forever. Wait, I thought in these moments, what am I supposed to be drinking to like fix my stamina? I thought it was a hot drink, no?
You drink the hot drink, it's cold. Yeah.
Then why is my stamina still so low? Huh?
Did you eat?
Yeah. My health is fine, but my stamina is half.
Shit, hella low. You have some steak? Well done steak in here.
That helped.
I do. Drink an energy drink if you have one. It'll fix it if the hot drink didn't work. Okay.
That helped.
What happened? It looks swollen a little bit.
We've been given more supplies. Check your sacred's pouch. Have a nice hunt.
Yeah, bitch.
Girls.
right trigger Y or right bumper Y. Once your red bar is close to running out, that's you want to stay in that red mode as much as possible. You get faster attacks and all that.
I won, right? Yeah. You did it. Down goes Frazier. Jump down, there we go. Ready to hide. I had to learn this part the hard way.
It's like the only fight that I have.
Damn. Oh, I'm stuck. No, I took it down. Where the fuck is this shit going?
I bet we could use those floating rocks up there to our advantage.
Bird. got that one.
So,
No?
good stuff.
Got.
Alright, let's dodge.
My ass.
Please dodge these.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna fail. Ah.
Damn, Daniel.
Huh? Shit.
Damn, Daniel.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
My bad.
When you're ready,
Shit happens.
accept the quest to continue the investigation.
Do y'all want to run it again or
Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out, okay?
spin the block?
Yes.
I cry.
You need to be cautious.
Let's see.
That one is a tough one, and it's more difficult the more keys you have, so don't beat yourself up. Womp womp.
We got a sale on. Need anything?
Not just in Kinberry.
Take your time and browse. So, what you need today? Don't get too crazy out there, yeah?
I want some Waffle House.
Okay, Baha.
I do not think of that nigga when I think of Waffle House.
Hi. No, you don't got no clothes on. You don't have no clothes on.
It's so hot up in the club that I ain't got no shoes
Hi.
on.
Hi.
Hi,
What you do?
playing the game. What you doing?
No.
No, what? You can't just say no.
You. You. Hide.
Hi.
Food.
Hello.
Food.
No, you can't just come up in here saying all that. What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
You.
Huh? Huh?
I feel.
Huh? What's going on? Hello?
Big Time Rush? Some boyfriend on Big Time Rush on Ice. They're back together? What?
I hope not.
You're a boyfriend. You're a boyfriend. Said you're looking for a boyfriend. I see that. Something. I really want this to be your... That was a song, okay?
No, it wasn't.
Huh?
Huh?
That was a song. What do you
What?
mean?
Where?
They're on ice. They're on tour on ice.
Why are they on ice? Get them niggas off ice.
I don't know. Aren't they
We
from
done
Canada?
with the 90s.
New song and music and everything?
Yeah, we don't need them on ice.
Zell, get in here.
Oh, you guys sent the beam up again?
Hurry up.
Relax.
On the show, they were hockey players. On the show, they were hockey players, then a boy band. That is true. Baja knows a lot. Interesting.
They should have stayed hockey players.
In the show, they were hockey players.
Yeah, they should have stayed that.
Okay. Boyfriend was a bop. Don't play like it wasn't. Just like Cheetah
was
Girls
not
and
going up over
Cinderella.
here.
I want to watch Cheetah Girls in Discord.
That was not going up
I
over
will
in the Zell household.
save- I don't know what they.
Are you?
Did they say I'll save myself from dragons or something like that? I don't know. I don't want to be like Cinderella, sitting in a dark, cold, dusty cellar, waiting for somebody to come
Now
set me free.
That's music. That was music. Oh no, 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 no. I'd rather rescue myself. That's music. Not that. Boy, boy.
That was a song!
That shit the fuck out of here.
You're just a hater for real.
That shit out of here.
Oh, I ran right into that! Ah, my body!
Isn't working.
Aaliyah.
Try another bridge.
Jordan, stop! No! That is such a ugly ass cry.
Thanks.
Cause we are sisters. Stand together. We make us one together. We don't look the same. Spots are different.
I was locked in to see my girl Keely.
Huh? Keely? Did you know Keely
Oh,
had a
locked
train
in.
ran on her by B2K?
Salute.
And she admits to it. She's the one who aired that shit out.
Salute.
I was like, oh,
Wild.
she getting down. She getting down. Who? Keely? From Program Promises?
Yeah. Cause we are sisters.
Girl, what did you do? Go.
I don't know what emboldened her to reveal such information. Salute to her.
What's her Insta? I'm trying to see if she's also the one that broke up 3LW, the original, because she threw chicken at the dark skinned girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's not okay.
Like, you a nigga too. You can't be doing that.
There's nothing in there.
on the back.
It
Cut
says
up
be in the
tail.
face.
You want to cut off the tail. Like sharper things are more effective on the back.
They're moving so much. Yeah, just put it on the table. Nice potion me out, baby. How the fuck?
Thanks. That helps.
Crap, work on this big bitch. I'm about to start using it. Hold on.
Thanks. That helps.
Oh, back up. I figured it.
I love that. Right there. That's good.
The terrain here looks like a natural trap.
Hello. Yo, I was playing Forspoken earlier.
I saw.
Dialogue in that game is absolutely awful. That combat, ooh, neat.
It's a good game. I enjoyed it when
Yeah.
I played it.
Yeah.
I still have to play the DLC.
I don't know if they're getting DLC money out of me after.
I got it for
So
free
far,
for sponsorship.
Yeah, I just think the dialogue as oh god. That combat is super fire.
Yeah, I do. The fighting. Where's the rock at? Where is it?
Back over my knee. Or probably my top as well. Alright, heal and sharpen up. targeting me. Street targeting me. Oh shit.
Oh! My hole!
Alright, I am.
Wait, is there a spot?
You just gotta bring ice cream down. If I need to.
Oh, spot. Royal spot.
You can get you were just right next to one, you ran away from it.
Oh well. I can't see. I'm blind. I couldn't see it.
Yeah, you literally like you got up and ran to the left and like you was 2 steps to the right.
Bolo babe, I miss you. You look so gorgeous as always. Hi Medusa, welcome in. How are you? Wait, oh. It's still down some. Wee! Not me. I feel like I'm about to die. I'm falling right into a trap. Oh!
You are the next one on the Price is Right. Come on down.
This is a long ass fight. How do you save somebody?
Ship it. Night night, my nigga. You gotta go. Lord DK was popping.
Oh, nice! Good job, everyone. Proud of you.
Oh, he wasn't even tempered. Oh,
No,
I'm glad you're not hurt. Great work removing one of the
that
key
was my
factors
first
of
time
Blasphemy
like
from
ever
Genesis.
seeing this.
Let's just hope that allows the Landspine to begin a gradual
he had to
process
do
of
one for the story.
Huh?
Right. Let's go look
You had to
for
fight this
changes.
for the story.
Did I really?
Yes.
Before this?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy. Not in here. Jordan, give me it. Jordan, give it to me. Stop. Why are you trying to slap people with belts? I don't even hit y'all with belts. Yeah, you better say sorry. That's not nice.
It takes a long time to kill. Shit.
Damn, this motherfucker
Easy
took so
one.
long. Yeah. Jordan, you're not gonna hit Preston with a belt. She forgot, so it must have been traumatizing last time. I don't use belts with my kids.
No, he's talking about the fight.
Oh, I was like, I don't use belts. I use psychological warfare. We take
Become unfrozen almost
We
as
take
soon as
cables
get
to
Garrett into
PlayStations.
HUD. The Dragon Torch's power is
we change
incredible.
passwords to Wi-Fi's.
Now the energy can flow again. That's good, right?
Yeah, my
Well,
parents just beat my
that's the
ass.
thinking, but I'm not so sure it's good.
Right. The flow of energy out is still extremely elevated from previous levels.
Yep, she did, Baha. She absolutely
What do
did.
you think will happen now?
I don't know. We'll have to continue
Thought
investigating
you thought I
to
was a
figure
bad
that out.
mom.
Agreed. Though we are depending on Olivia's team for many of those answers. In the meantime, we should continue to monitor each region for any anomalies.
Right. Let's get to it.
That flame I see.
Hmm?
I thought I saw flame on.
A breakout. Mission complete! No, Jordan. No, Jordan. Oh, that was chapter 5. Oh. I mean, oh. Wait, so how do I get the nice one? The new one?
Right.
Tempered one?
No,
Oh, the Mizu?
stop. Yeah.
There's a quest you gotta talk to somebody. I forgot where. I think in like
I'll be
first
waiting
down.
here.
I forgot where you gotta talk to that person, but
I'm guessing here since it's the only place I have with a mark.
no.
No?
I think Windward Plains.
Huh?
I think in the Windward Plains.
You lie to me like Papa.
I didn't tell you to go over there.
She's gotta talk to the fishing chick. And where?
Windward Plains.
Windward Plains.
Yeah, the original place, the first place. She's gonna be in the back.
Ooh, nasty. Felicia? Oh no.
Nah.
I'm in the back.
Renee. Renee. There should be a little area with some water. Is it the one we're playing? There's a little fishing jig.
It's not here. If it was where I
I
was
might have
at-
lied to you.
If it was where I thought it was gonna be at, I swear to God. I swear to God. Because that's the only place that has a new mark.
No, I know it's not. I know it's not that place. Scarlet Forest, I believe, actually. Okay, yeah. I thought, yeah, Scarlet Forest. That's the place. There's like a little fishing area in the back. You'll talk to a chick named like Kanya or something like that.
I don't think she unlocked it yet because the exclamation point isn't over there.
I think there's a quest you have to do if you haven't done it yet. There's like a little fishing side quest that you got to do real quick.
Fuck, they really make you do the stupid fishing.
Dog, it's the easiest shit in the world.
I don't know how to feed. Where do I go for the
Easiest shit in the
fish?
world. They teach you how to fish. You'll be alright.
Where's the fish? Hold on. Where do I go and see this?
What are you looking for?
Catch a fish. Here?
Yeah, just fish right here.
Alright, bitch.
Damn.
How do I throw my... How do I throw it out?
Right trigger. There's it up in the top right corner.
Fishing is patience.
Did it go out? Oh, I have to hold it there? Oh,
No, I don't
brother.
think you can hold it.
Time for a true master angler to shine.
Alright, bitch. Now give me my shit. Oh, I don't go to her for it? Oh, brother.
Yeah, this shit took you all of 2.5 minutes.
Suck, you know, you're right.
All that huffing and puffing.
You're right. Wait, where do I take it? To her?
Yeah, just talk to her.
But she's not... It's not...
Put your fishing rod away.
She doesn't want my
Welcome
pull
back,
out?
Hunter. It seems
Put
you
your fishing
enjoyed
rod
a bit
away.
of fishing. Oh, I can tell. It's
She
in
doesn't
your
like my
eyes.
fishing rod out.
Fishing is a conversation with nature, with oneself. Its fruits are
Oh
far
shit,
more
it's
than
12.
just dinner.
Why are you up?
Not least, the bond we now
Don't
share
worry
as
about that.
fisher fellows. Come, let us talk till dawn of fish philosophy.
How about next time?
I'll hold you to that. It's a promise. If nothing else, fish offer a multitude of benefits to the hunt. You'd be smart to stock up.
Kanya of Rubermune had reached out. The note says, "Want to drop a line? I have a request for you." Why don't we go pay her a visit?
Have you been angling, Fisher fellow?
Girl, I don't care.
Actually, let me
Girl.
reel it in.
Girl.
Listen, could you
Okay.
see? The thing is, my Fisher Wutler, Mastangler.
Okay, I think someone needs to set a limit on you smashing words together.
We can discuss it later. I know Mastangler. Quite a reserved Wudwud. Always out fishing?
He and I hit it off from the moment we met. We're best angling buddies. But lately, his stomach's been doing the talking for him. I hear it growling all the time. My specialties lie in the water, but as a scholar, something seems up.
Fish are a central part of the Wudwud's diet. So if a Wudwud is going hungry when he's living that close to a fishing spot, well...
What are you
Something
looking
must
for?
be keeping them from getting food.
Check by the
Yes,
where
and
Jordan was
that
laying
something could be a monster.
on the left side of the bed.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping you could accompany me to his fishing spot to check it out. If it's you guys, the Wudwuds are a lot less likely to freak out.
All right, well, what are we waiting for?
Why are you awake? Zell,
Huh?
why are you awake?
It's the weekend.
I'll show you the way.
Thanks, Kanya.
Isn't it late? Wouldn't this mess up your sleep? Oh, well, you don't work on Monday.
It is the weekend.
Progress. I
If
guess.
you don't mind me asking, how do you communicate with Mastangler if he doesn't talk?
When two people drop a line side by side, that's all you need. Any true fisher knows the feeling. Angling transcends words.
Wow, you're a real professional.
Any ideas which monster it could be?
I had my zenny on a Bashaguma, but something isn't adding up. Bashaguma are a pillar of the Scarlet Forest ecosystem, right? So if they're just out there doing their thing, that shouldn't result in a fish shortage.
I see. A doe shaguma.
Oh, yes, that. I can't remember the name of anything out of the water.
Yep, a real professional.
Mastangler should be at his fishing spot around now. He's been fishing around the clock to try and help his people.
We should hurry then. If the monster comes while he's alone...
Yikes. Yeah, that would be bad. Oh, we're nearly there. Aha!
Sure enough.
Mastangler! You're safe. I was so worried.
Is that the monster that's disturbing your fishing?
No.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh. It's so pretty of a monster.
Backwatch.
Good job, baby. Okay, now it's time to go to bed. You helped Preston find his controller. Go to bed.
Time to go to bed.
Huh?
Time to go to bed.
Yeah, only in time for bed.
Not me. Although actually it is, but
This monster is so pretty. Can I have it as a pet?
no, you have it as a trophy of war.
It's so pretty.
On it.
Cat don't think.
Huh?
Shut up.
I know not to touch these bubbles. What the fuck is this? Oh my god! What is wrong with you? Ah! Oh my.
I'll see you back at camp.
Don't touch the bubble. Don't touch the bubble. Don't touch the bubbles. Oh my god. What in the wet jet is that? Oh my god. I mean, I like you good. Oh my god. Some of the bubbles help. The red ones give you an attack boost. The green ones restore. Avoid all other bubbles. Okay, so don't mess with the clear ones. Fuck. Hey, yo.
Yeah. Yo, Kobe.
Kobe.
I see you too. I found that.
What rank are you? I'm rank 35.
Time to bullies.
I am not high at all.
Hey, you see this? You see this? See what I'm wearing? That's you.
Zell, shut up.
That's you.
Thanks, that helped.
No, I did. You know what?
Bully.
Hold on. Kobe's playing with us and he's not in the VC?
Yep.
Interesting.
Baja too.
Baja too, but he never really, he plays most of the time. He's never really in. Well, no, I lied. You're playing with
You
us
was
and
in there
you're not
last
in the
time.
VC?
That should have been an offset, but okay. He's big. No, he's blind. Mr. Nelzel. Yeah, bitch. Blind bitches. Watch out. Watch out. Oh, why the fuck is this a lollop arena here now? What you doing? I don't dash both. Oh.
Oh, whoa.
Ooh,
Who got? Who got?
We got Lolo.
Popping Kobe.
So what's up?
He got me.
They got it.
The reason I wasn't in here at first, Lolo, because like I wasn't in any of the previous missions, so there's no point.
We should resume the hunt as soon as you feel prepared.
Let's see. Oh. He was waiting for you at the door.
Not the shrooms.
Tail broken. Tear that tail up.
Yeah. That's what you blade users gotta be doing.
Oh yeah. Whoever got blade.
Lolo and Baja should be going for the tail.
Yeah.
I
lower
read
the head
the thing
and
and it
chest.
said I should go for the head.
I mean,
So
once you
I was
drop the
trying to
tail-
go for the head.
Nah, I mean you're fine. I'm not saying
You
it's
told
not.
me to read the thingy. I read the thingy. I went to the thingy that has the 4 stars and it says head.
No head?
I'm not saying you're wrong. Not saying since I'm here with the hammer, I get to bash the head in. You guys can focus on the tail, chop the tail off, and clip the head. That way we can just, maximize, what we get.
Oh, bitch, you just pulled out the rod. Wrong time. Oh, fuck.
Just jumping around like that.
Oh, shit.
Oh, put the strap down.
Oh, I did.
Bring that ass over here, boy.
Try to get him over there. Come on over here, McGee. Come on, McGee.
Come on. Come on.
There's no way it went.
Oh,
Oh,
it's smart.
Come on, Lee. Ain't that smart? Bro.
bro, take 2 steps forward.
No, that should get got right here. Work on it. Look at that.
Rathian pulled up. How is it not wanted?
About how you might just have the most unfortunate trap placement of all time.
For real. That is. What?
Oh,
It
not
got
the-
the Rathian. Oh my.
You know what? Fuck it.
Fucking just do doo-doo on both of them. Shmutted both the names.
Thanks.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
No. Ooh. 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 Ah. Ah. Ah.
You're trapped at this time.
Damn, this shit is moving.
It does. Hold on. We got. Nice. Tail's weak. Did as hell.
I was trying to get the tail.
All good.
Well done.
You did it. I can't believe.
Wait, Kobe, did you not know you could change the messages before the other day?
Nah.
I want to learn how to do it. Soul Sucker alert. Hey, yo.
They were doing that in the beta. People were putting mad racist shit though.
It's oh my god. Oh my god, I hate it here. Wait, where's that other piece? Where's another? Where's the?
Watch this. Hold on. Can I do it? Wait, where you at, Lola?
Where's the? Oh.
There we go. She's digging at it. All right. Watch this.
Get out. Get out. I'm so disappointed in you.
Absolutely so.
Oh, they got a lot of stuff in that.
That was something.
I'll never get the jewels I want. Oh, but all the weapons look so pretty that you can make from that thing, Lola.
Yeah, I'm about to make the glaive.
Oh, the glaive is mad pretty. And the dual
The
blades.
glaive is fire.
So much for taking care of the music.
So how many times do I have to run this technically to get
But
everything I
what's
want?
fishing spot will be
Yes,
safe.
got it. Thank you.
And that means
Yeah,
you'll be
it's
able
like
to
You
yes.
know it.
Yes.
Glad we don't need to answer that.
Do you use your do you ever use your lucky vouchers, Lola?
No.
Oh, stop using those things because you
I
get
guess the Scarlet Forest
them every time you log in. Just at least use one a day at least.
I'll be sure to
It
make a
increases
note of
what you
that and
can
report about Mizutsuno.
pull.
I didn't even know how to fish, and I didn't know how to read my gear. But then you're telling me to use my.
It always asks you when you start something, do you want to use a lucky voucher?
Let's to coexist.
I thought you saw it.
Agreed.
I apologize.
How do I use that, Kobe? Where is it?
When you're setting up a quest, when you're posting a quest, there's a little notch that says lucky voucher, and you can turn it on or off.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Word Hunter, I can't help
Let's
feeling
see,
like there
let's
has
see,
to be some root cause for these
What are my
continuing
insects
clemencies.
at?
Okay, I need
Why don't we go and
two
speak
water.
with Olivia and the others?
Oh, it's at full
Let's
size.
go.
So how many? Wait. So are we running it again? Wait, new
That's up
quest
to you.
unlock.
Hey,
Yeah, that's totally up to you.
Let's see what I got here. Weapons.
Anything catch your eye?
Where is it? Where do I see it? I need it.
Told you those blue blades
Oh,
are
we
pretty.
need to get. I need to fuck up the tail.
Yep.
And this is
So
why I
gotta get
told you
them.
guys to be at the tail.
The long sword is also super fire.
The longsword.
Blades.
All of
Yeah.
the weapons.
Yeah.
Literally all the
Yeah.
weapons except for the hammer.
Weapons are all gas.
Hey.
No, you can't tell me that. Compared to every other weapon, that hammer is fire, bro. You can't tell me that.
The
Hammer,
sucks.
you can't make a hammer look fire. You can't.
The hammer fucking sucks. What has the hammer mean?
Ew.
She must have just seen the hammer version. Yeah, she's ass compared to everything else.
The glaive is super fire. I think the glaive might be my favorite.
I need that in all assortments.
At least you can adjust the color too after you get it.
Ooh, that's pretty.
No, wait, no, you can't. I'm capping.
I'd say.
Give us a yeah. We definitely
Yeah,
can.
that was the. I'm thinking of armor. My mistake.
Oh, and the sword and shield. The sword and shield is crazy.
Oh, I never used it. Let me look at that. Let me peep that.
Sword and shield is nuts.
Anything catch
Look
your
at
eye?
that. Sword and shield.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, that is nice.
I need.
That fits Lola where she
You got
took-
an
go
excuse
back
to
her
be a
dancer
sword and
days.
shield like secondary main now.
Anything catch
Goes
your
back to
eye?
her dancer days with the fan out there.
I need.
Heavy bow gun looks nuts.
I need.
Heavy bow gun? Let me look at that. I'll never use that weapon, but let me see.
I didn't even look at the bow guns or like any of the
Oh yeah, that's
range
nice.
joints.
That's that Mulan cannon.
I need it.
Yeah, all the
Shoot.
weapons on this thing just are fire.
I kind of like
What are we
the
making today?
the male helmet more than the female helmet.
That shit, no, that junk
I
is
will
a
say
What are we
that
making today?
cannon.
I don't really fuck with the switch axe that much either.
And they're hooked. Who's hooked?
Nah, the switch axe is actually gas. It's slow, but
Oh. No. The weapon is fire, but the
The design
Misu-
for this version. Yeah.
the Misu switch axe, I'm not really.
oh, you talking about the design of that joint?
Okay, let me-
Misu design, yeah.
It looks
it.
like
Catch your eye?
a talisman.
Let me switch
Not
weapons
it.
for this.
Mindlessly
Let me-
grinding for no reason for this. Okay, got
What are we
it.
making today?
Alright,
Oh, that one's so pretty.
What are we making today?
She might just hunt
Oh,
this
that-
one monster to. She better hunt this monster to extinction.
Got something in
Come
mind?
on, come on.
Oh,
You
she's
might as
not
well
level
ju-
41, so can't do the fucking tempered one.
Yeah, she's got to level up a little bit more, but she'll get it.
I got a
Wait,
couple
what?
tempered fights.
You know where to find me.
Excuse me?
Says you're not level 41, so we can't do the tempered one. Because I have a couple tempered fights that we could be doing, but
Hail, fish, the Lord of Golden Nectar.
I mean, we pushed the rest of the story. She don't got that much more to do. I think she got what, like maybe 2 hunts left for the rest of this post crap. If I'm remembering correctly, 2 or 3 maybe.
But y'all say push story right now?
I mean, you're gonna have to level up again, I think. Like every 5 levels, you get another part of the
Yeah.
story, so.
That blade is legit a Naginata. That shit gas. Hold up.
I'll get ready too.
Right, man. Old light, bad hand. Old light,
Good
Monopoly.
timing. Fabius just returned. And not by coincidence, I'm beginning to suspect.
I wish I could change my
Fabius
weapon.
is here? I wonder if
appearance.
he was able to draw any conclusions.
Yeah, me
from
too.
that frenzy
If we could
That would be
just
great.
paste anything on the
Maybe a
weapon
good
we like.
quality of life
That
update
seems
maybe they
like
can
it,
add in
but
the future.
We still haven't heard the details ourselves.
Let's get everyone together.
I just don't have a lot of water weapons, so I'm looking to make some Mizu everything.
Build it.
I apologize for my
I
late
know
return.
for sure
It
the
seems you all have
glaive.
had your hands full during
Might
my
forego the
absence.
hammer.
Allow me to give my report
But
first.
yeah, then long sword, dual
Did you
blade.
find anything in that sample from the wounded hollow?
Yes, there is no mistaking
Maybe a
it.
lance.
That Nursilla carried a pure strain of frenzy virus.
I need
Seeing as
bows.
this topic is a focus of my research, I intend to assist with
Oh, yeah,
this
bow is so
investigation
fun.
personally.
Then it must be dire
Oh
indeed.
my goodness.
Hey, yo,
Well,
chat.
share
Guess what
we've
time it
learned
is?
next.
Time for me to go the fuck
It's
to
a
bed.
movie scene.
Though it's probably better you see it for yourself.
It's like
If
what
you would
3?
follow me,
Not 3. I'm bugging. 2, almost 3 for you, Zell.
Dog, if you see me up
Of
at 3
course,
a.m.
lead the way. So that serves as a sort of energy network stemming from the Dragon Torch.
That's right. And as you saw on the way here, those energy surges show no sign of slowing.
Perhaps it bears a relation, but essentially all of the East
They
has been
can't hear you.
experiencing sustained inclemencies.
No, because I have it
Then
on
you
mute.
suspect some sort
Because
of
there's a movie
link
scene.
between those anomalies and the Dragon Torch.
Energy spilling out of it, same as here, same as the whole
Fuck
damn
you.
region. That explains your weather.
You don't
Giselle,
think
you must be tired.
there
because
isn't a
I'm gonna need
chance
you to go
that
to sleep.
Soshia was actually keeping the system in balance?
Relax,
Good night, old
there's
man.
no chance of that. What we're seeing now is clearly a reaction. To what? Who knows?
I see. That's a tidy pile
Good
of
night.
mysteries set before us. But our job here remains the same.
Fury,
All right.
go to sleep.
I'll begin my search for traces of Gor Magala. You all return to work, but be ready to act.
Because I need to go to sleep. Nope.
Intensifying energy eruptions, paired with weather anomalies across the region, and now a Gor Magala? Complicated issues, but the professor trusts in us, so let's do our part.
Agreed. Should probably start by visiting each base camp. See where we stand.
Good thinking. I leave the
I don't know what
destination
I'm
to you
doing.
then.
I'm doing the Palico skin for this one, this new monster. Everything's about to be this new monster. Let's just say that. Everything is about to be this monster. Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing well. How are you? Bless you. Not gonna lie, I nodded off at least twice. I know you're tired. Oh. They can't hear you. High Tap said, "What's for dinner? What was for dinner, Fury?" That's what he said. That's what.
Don't ever try to mimic my voice, because you
I
know
wasn't.
full well.
I wasn't.
I don't know what that was then.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Vibe and Chilla waiting until 13 more days for WWE Mania 41 night. Nice. Where is? I need to find out where that is. Cause like, wouldn't it be here? Oh, I'm so slow. Boom, now I have a button where I can control all of my audios off my Steam Deck and not have to like search for it.
I went to some soup right before that. I had a large breakfast with family at IHOP. Oh. Okay. Family outing, nice. Wait a minute, is that because your birthday? Yup. There you go. I just saw the comment. Okay.
The best friend's birthday. We're getting so old.
Y'all niggas ancient.
But hey, I do have to say, okay, us in our 30s, we don't look at like we're in our 30s. We're aging pretty good for 30-year-olds. Like that 30-year-old age gap from 30 to 39. We all look pretty young. So, toot.
Yeah, the generations have changed. 30-year-olds used to have
Pretty
fucking
close.
reverse
I don't know
mohawks.
about that.
These are the mohawks. Huh?
Speak up.
I was reading what Fury said.
I said it's a generation thing. Current 30-year-olds look way better than what they used to do in the past. In the past, they used to have
Yeah, I do
reverse
not
mohawks.
need life alert. I'm good.
What was that last bit, Kobe?
Oh, I said
The forest
they
is
don't have
filled with
reverse
water.
mohawks anymore at 30 years old.
Suppose the downpour has continued for some
That's
time.
also true. You'll need it. That's crazy.
That's insane.
More water go whoosh.
Okay, I think my gear. I think I have the gear I want to.
But since when have its
on the trailer.
rampages
Okay,
ever
yeah.
flooded the whole forest?
If it was exposed to a downpour for this long, the impact could be enormous.
Santa one for AARP. Yeah, you wish.
True. At some point, the non-stop rains will fill the dam upstream to its limits. And if an agitated Uthduna were to run amok in those circumstances, the whole structure could collapse.
Forest danger. Big water. You all run.
You can't do what you want to do with the bangs.
No, I can. Just not when they're like when my hair is formed. Like I can't change the hair.
This right now, you definitely cannot do what you're trying to do with the bang.
We appreciate the offer, but it's too dangerous.
The bang strong as shit.
You're willing to help us. We want to help you. How about we cooperate?
Once your thing starts up, I'll join you. Oh wait, I gotta make sure to save this loadout.
Right. You, the Wetwoods, the Hunter, and myself, all working together. That's a team.
I just gotta like. I know
And this
tomorrow it'll
forest
be
is our
better
team's
because
home.
like day
If
2
it's
is
in
always better
danger,
for me than
we
day
work
1.
together.
Especially after a cut.
Team, cooperate. Good. Big together.
Day 1 is
That
like
is
I
very
don't know what you're doing to me. It's like in shock.
They're going brick a brick.
Still did a good job.
Thanks. I finally got my bangs back. I miss them. I look like a 5-year-old, but like, you know, I'm exaggerating. I don't look 5, but I do look younger.
Be careful, Drake's in the chat.
Sorry. That's insane.
See what she meant. Letting that one free with the weapon
What you
like
hunt?
this
Oh,
is
that
far
one.
too dangerous.
Agreed. As an emergency countermeasure, the guild
Oh,
authorizes you to
Uthdana?
hunt the Uthduna.
Alright, hold on.
Immediately.
Oh, these things are so pretty. I love these things so much.
You like the Uthdana?
They're pretty.
Alright, now we come in. Oh, look at him.
Lucky voucher has been used. Is there a tail for this thing? Is that considered the tail?
In the back.
Yeah.
But I can get to that. Keep doing.
Really, I can't Germany because I just. Oh.
Oh, oops. Oh, we really out here reaching.
couldn't join because I didn't do it myself yet. So I have to, I'm fighting you at the same time.
By yourself?
Like, it wouldn't let me join even when I was doing the quest already, so like, it just...
Oh shit, I'd have fell asleep with it. Oh, we got No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Leave me alone.
That helped.
Oh, it got me? Really? Please mind your business. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Becky. Look at her.
Thanks, that helps.
We've been given this
Help. Why do you want to attack me alone?
That helped.
Nothing is connecting for me. That's so weird. I didn't even know this area existed. Wait, oh. Jordan, go to bed. Where is she going?
Motherfucker went everywhere else just to dump the smoke. fast travel back to the basement that we built.
I heard from the others.
I deem everybody to go to bed right now. Thank you.
Well, they can't go to bed while they're helping you do the quest.
They can still go to bed.
Oh yeah, you want them to go to sleep mid-quest? Alright, cool.
I mean, it wouldn't be Baja's first time.
Man, I'm sorry that you got hit with a direct shot.
Alright, that was not necessary. Man's helping you with your hunt.
Yeah, you didn't have to do that, no.
He knows I still love him. He knows I joke with him.
Well, it's out of love. Oh! Bro, drop the rocks when there's nowhere.
Dang, it's so far away.
That. Going to base though.
God. I am finally back. It took me 3 years.
She made it. The returned.
Jordan's bed. Oh, it's in the water. Can we go in the water? Oh,
He's gonna try to splash your like a little way just to push you back. Like that.
oh, that's fun. Hell, broken. That's right.
Shot right here.
I could have sworn I said to restock and it didn't restock. Interesting.
Good hunt.
Although we couldn't have done it without your help.
So tail broken doesn't necessarily mean that the tail is severed. God.
No, yeah, you can just
No,
break
no,
it.
those are two different things. If the tail is
Yeah.
severed, you'll see the piece of it like lying somewhere on the field.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, if it's been hit with enough blunt damage, it'll break instead of sever. But I don't know why it would just break when looks like all of you guys have weapons that should cut. So I don't know why y'all got fucked like that. Go to the camp here? Oh shit.
Then you have quelled the Lord's ragings? Many thanks. The forest
Damalo?
is now free of this menace.
Only because you all warned us of the danger so quickly.
The Woodwoods also played a big role.
Okay,
in
I've
this.
been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes and didn't even know.
Woodlands and Hunter, cooperate!
I was gonna say something, but I'm like, maybe she just want to do like a nice little chunky stream. Of that.
No, I'm not
Well
trying
said.
to
We're
go
so glad to
too
be on
over the
same
top.
team.
I'm trying to keep it in that
Though,
4 to
in
6
the
since I'm
meantime,
doing the streams
this
every day.
continued rain must make things difficult for you.
Cool.
Are you concerned?
All right.
Worry not. As long as
I'll
the Lord of
remember
the
that and keep that
Forest
in
is
mind.
appeased, the troubles we face are smallish.
Well, I can do keep it in mind, but sometimes you be like, "Hi, top, I know." Like,
Mhm.
just saying.
That's right.
Thank you. Your concern is much appreciated.
Right. Let's tell base camp to stay on watch.
Double screams. That's me on the hunt.
after
I gotta
that,
get some
back to
Z's
our
before-
investigation.
You gotta work?
This
Ew.
weather sure
Bless
is
you.
letting up.
Yeah, you
Thank
said
you.
you have to work in like 6 hours.
Forehead. Ew.
Fuck up.
Sorry. That was just my natural reaction. I'm so sorry.
Nah, that's fair.
I'm like, damn, how many times you gonna sneeze?
Hey, I
Hold
missed
it in.
today's.
Hey.
Nah, I missed today's. I had a teacher that if you sneeze 3 times in a row, you get a free A on a
Have
test.
easy, Baja. Have a good night, G.
Have a good night. And thank you, Jedi.
Hey.
He's sneezing all up in your, your headphones and stuff. I apologize for his sneezing.
Got something in mind?
His wrongdoing.
Yes, my wrongdoing. I apologize.
Which one was it? I still don't have the shit for this yet. Holy fuck.
What are you trying to make? Oh, change the Rathalos and the Ebony. Yeah.
No, just this one. Where do you see me on the Rathalos one?
Wait.
Third? Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
I
The
see
Guardian
that as
Rathalos.
A.
My fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be. No, I don't even have those marks. What are you talking about?
Oh no, I just had exclamation marks. My fault.
Yeah. Your fault.
You're looking at the zoo.
Hmm?
You was looking at the zoo and the shit.
Wait, what's the difference?
The difference? One of them comes with the extra perk, the other one doesn't. From what I've
Yeah,
noticed.
one you could put a slot in for your own perk, or A gives you whatever perk they already have. B lets you put a different perk in with a decoration.
Oh, you mean the alpha and beta? Well, besides the perk, it's the colors too. I think it's like one of them is darker than the other.
Okay, I think that's it.
You know where to find me.
All right, chat. I'm gonna let you guys go.
Well,
Thank
what
you
can I
guys
do
for
for
being
you?
here. I will be playing more Monster Hunter later. I'll probably continue playing some Monster Hunter tomorrow. So since it's the weekend, we can all play. So I'll probably be on here again tomorrow if you guys want to hang out and play some more with me. But I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you for being here. I'll be releasing the schedule for this week right after stream because I have to make that and put that up ASAP. So good night. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. Thank you to everybody who came and played a little bit with me because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I appreciate y'all. Bye. Good night.